What a funny little sound shape that made.
I know what I did.
Some people will get that, and some people won't. Oh, that's the wrong. Sorry, I'm in the middle of adding a header, and it's there. You go. Okay, it's the wrong size. All right. Hello. Welcome to Rain. This is number 76.
It's like
We're getting started a little
raining
early, so we're
on your
we're
wedding day.
I detonate
Kill the
Nicola with my
host.
mind.
I'm sorry. I'm
Don't
just thinking.
skip.
How
No,
long
can't
did we last
control
before
himself.
before Dallas made a musical reference? It wasn't long.
I mean, we don't like Dallas. Literally waits for you to hit the record button, and then whatever I say, he'll sing a song. I'm wise to his ways. This episode is brought to you by our patrons like Adam DeHart, Blackest G, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JDV 9000, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Rabin, and Charvor. And others. Thank you for your support, wonderful, beautiful listeners. I am closing the patron tab now. Okay. It is Regan. We are reigning.
Yes.
So, we have some, pre-organization we did. We did some stuff. But I am going to technically put people on the spot because I'm going to say, hey, it is the time period. We're in summer 3. We were just discussing that earlier off mic. Summer court is officially over. People are leaving. So, if you have any goodbyes to any particular characters, now is the time you want to be getting them.
I
Obviously,
will
I know
be.
that Nicola is planning on speaking to Paz, so I think we'll include a goodbye in that moment.
Yes.
I guess,
The other goodbye that I don't have to do like a role play for because it's just a formal goodbye and sending them with a note is to Alarion and Admiral Marin if they didn't already leave. I don't think they
No, I mean
left.
they're guests at your house, so like you'll have an opportunity to see them off.
Um,
The admiral doesn't really say anything in particular. She just kind of like I think puts on her cool hat and looks away and is like the wind dramatically swirls.
I feel like I try and
Because
hand
you
her a
won't you
note.
won't.
No, I know exactly what happens. I try and hand her a note. She just like doesn't see it or ignores me. Probably the latter. And then I hand the note to Alarion to give to the twins.
Yeah, no. We'll catch up on that later. I'll ask to see what your note is and
Yes.
dump it in my
I will send
correspondence
that to
tab for
you.
later.
Yeah, I will send that to you between the weeks.
but so Inos will definitely be getting his goodbyes. With not. Sorry, I do need to probably say this. For the recording, I have TMJ right now. My jaw's hurting, so every just once in a while, I'll get a sharp pain, and it might distract me. So forgive me for that. But Enos will definitely be saying his goodbyes to Noctiluca. But I am curious, if the High King and his retinue will be leaving immediately, or are they?
I mean, yeah, basically, like you had a little bit of time because we aren't reversing any time, so you guys have had time the next day to like do all that interrogating stuff we talked about.
Mhm.
Conrad, I know for a fact, crashed out after the wild hunt. I think Enos probably took his rest as well, still being super mega injured. So like, yeah, no, he did not like leave immediately, but we are at the point now where it's like they're leaving.
Okay, but
So if you have anything you want to say to the High King
okay.
and so on and so, I mean, I could run down the list of NPCs if people need me to jog their memory, but hopefully you guys know who's going.
No.
The princes Estelle and Narissa are all staying because
Yeah.
they're all you talked everybody into the big tour, and the High King and the Queen are not opposed to it because that means that they get to concentrate their blood shields in a larger volume.
Mhm.
So you still have like probably a couple dozen of those guys rattling around, like 6 or so from everybody's companies.
Okay. But I guess. Well, Enos would probably like I'm assuming then that the Fairy Queen is probably departing some way somehow.
Yes, I have a thing for that. Yes, that'll. I think she will formally say her goodbyes to the Marquess at one point. It won't be long, but that's something I got in my pocket. I got a couple of things.
No, Enos would probably like to say his goodbyes to the Fairy Queen. No, I'll probably Enos if Axe does not mind, Enos will probably just like to be in the scene with the Fairy Queen saying goodbye to the Marquess.
Like I said, I think it'll be a formal goodbye. So
Yeah.
yes, it doesn't seem like we have an objection. So we'll come to that. Any other goodbye takers?
Yes,
Um,
Konrad will bidding farewell to Rena.
Yes.
Perhaps the first time bidding her farewell with a kiss to the cheek.
Yes. No, yes, probably yes. Kiss of the cheek, swapping.
And party words would probably be, I expect there'll be communications to finalize the betrothal and all that stuff, sort of.
Yeah.
Later on.
Actually, yeah, it means I think I need to.
I think also at this point, I think I will gift her those earrings my mother, or Conrad's mother, gave him.
All right. Lady Maja, can breathe a deep sigh somewhere because it's like she included those in a letter, months ago.
Yes.
Just was waiting for the right time. But yes, there'll probably be some further discussion and negotiation. I paused there mentally because I was like, oh yeah, because that was a different thing you put on the session goals about making money. I'm like, oh yeah, I should actually see if Konrad will make any wealth off of dowry. I'll have to double check Rena's stats and tabulate what her wealth level is versus yours.
Other than that, he will bid farewell to all of his acquaintances from the various houses, and
yes, I am assuming that unless you guys want to go out of your way and tell me right now, no, I'm not gonna say goodbye to people. Most of you are gonna give a polite farewell, even if it's just you stand in the crowd and wave.
Leslok, he probably gives a formal goodbye to at least all of his colleagues.
No, that seems fair.
It feels like he has to do that.
I will say also, I think I did not mention this earlier, but especially for your initial small council type scene you've got going on, it appears that the new minister of Etherics, instead of immediately retiring to Lampclear, wants to stick around and see if maybe some of these discussions you're going to have are relevant to some sort of ley line problem going on. So Kefis will probably stick around for at least a couple of days. I don't think he'll join you for the Prince Tour / the Fog Veil, but he'll hang out in your initial meetings and then probably bounce to Lampclear to go do research.
So I do have one more.
I still had some stuff I wanted to do with the professor anyway before leaving.
Mm-hmm.
I do have one more thing that I wanted to make sure I called out.
Yeah.
I would probably organize with Lady Remedius about. I know it's been because the whole attack and everything happened. It kind of got sidetracked, but I still have to organize the way to detach the Healers Guild to the Fog Veil with her.
Yeah. You take the meeting. You don't need to worry about that any further. Include that in our future Fog Veil plannings. And in fact, you may make sure to keep a note of that because you may want to bring that up to the Fog Veilers when you meet them later.
Oh, definitely.
Right now, there's a literal wall of fog and there's a big loading screen in front of the Veil, so we won't get that far. But we have a few other things to scratch off.
Fog Veil DLC announced.
No.
All right.
Coming in 1 week.
Well, guess what? Since Loth just unmuted, yoink. I seize you.
What?
You're getting a goodbye from Ainara because she's got a fucking sword to give you. So, Logesh,
right.
Ainara Espada will, when they are departing, will speak to you, not necessarily privately, but we'll probably pull aside in the courtyard somewhere, and she will, open by handing you the brand new rapier. You saw Konrad give it to her as part of the tournament awards. It's got his maker's mark on it. And you discover, when you actually, she hands it to you, that it seems like it's, weight and length are all balanced for someone of your build rather than Ainara Espada.
Fucking God fucking damn it.
He was also working
Sorry.
on that. Yes, no, I've grabbed you.
For the
So
audio
yeah, so she.
listeners,
We're having
it
fun
is a
now. Wow,
picture of a very surprised bird.
being seized. But yes, Inara gives you the sword. She basically says, she doesn't need a new rapier, but you look like you've been, walking around with something you picked up out of a barrel.
Yeah. Okay. Upon receiving it, of course, Logesh will go down to one knee. And, God damn it. And, receive it with all due respect and reverence.
She rolls her eyes a little at that, but she plays along. She smiles, so you know that she also takes the joke. Or takes it in good stride.
Yes. I was about to say joke. No, he's being serious.
Yes. I think Logesh would know. She thinks you're being, over the top. You're being a little too serious, but she takes it in good nature, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
And she basically says to you, I'm thinking about how she's been phrasing this one a little, but she basically says to you, if you can, see me in Keltacy when you're down there. If not, whenever we meet again. And she basically says, because you've been going through something resembling a courting in this. She basically says, Logesh, I like you. You're my friend. You're fun to spend time around. I don't know whether it's more entertaining to stab you or kiss you, but we'll figure that out. For now, I don't hate you. And you should take care of yourself. We will meet again.
Progression question mark.
Sorry, I'm hearing we will meet again, and my brain just goes, Inara Espada will appear again in Summer Court
I mean,
2.
yeah, kind of. She is announcing she'll be back. Well, I mean, like I said, I think to go behind the curtain a little, I think Loth as Logesh has made a very conscious attempt to be around Inara, to spend time with her, to, build connection, but has still not necessarily been doing anything like overly romantic.
Yes.
But, you are friends. She doesn't hate your guts. And so she's still working on whether or not she feels, more romantically inclined. But she will end that conversation by saying, kind of quietly, I think Lucky stumbled over something. Banged his toes, probably. But she will also then, kind of like after you get back up, kind of like lean in and quietly say, also, listen, you don't have anything to worry about from Rodrigo. He's also your friend somehow.
Somehow.
I am your friend.
Somehow.
Yes. I mean, she says somehow with Rodrigo because like the two of them are like, how can we both be friends with the same guy? That shit's crazy. But, but she says, but you should be careful of father. He's very used to getting his way. He's very set in his ways. And he's not... She pauses a second and says, he is unused to things going outside of the way he thinks they should be. He has very firm opinions about how the world works and what his place is in it. And I do not think he has adjusted that idea for, shall we say, the passage of time. So I warn you both for yourself and for your house that there will be some conflict there.
Can I get one small little tidbit in as Logesh?
Yeah.
Just, trying to word this in such a decent way, but Logesh will probably try to say something along the lines of, even if by the end of this she decides that there is no romantic connection between us, she will have a place in my heart, whether it be romantic or friendly, and that I treasure what we have.
I feel like Inara Espada is the kind of person to go for like the shoulder punch and be like, you make it sound like even if it doesn't work out, you're still coming out on top.
That's Logesh, a winner.
I was
What a-
gonna
what a-
say this is
what a
Lucas
big
putting
softy you
finger
are.
up- Lucas puts a finger up to counter and just goes, "You're right." Okay. No,
But yes,
I will concede.
if
that.
you don't have anything further, she doesn't have anything further than that.
Indeed.
Okay. Well then, let's see. Do we want to do? Sorry, blinking rapidly. Do we want to do Nicola and Paz first? I mean, Lucky knows this. I don't think, but oh, that's why he unmuted. He's got a McMuffin.
I'm good with doing pause if you want to.
Yeah, do pause.
Wait, that
Lucky's gonna
can't-
go
no.
pick up his pizza real quick, so I'm not available right now. I'll be right back.
Alright.
Yeah. Okay, so like I mentioned on the sheet, if he is comfortable with it and she is comfortable with it, this is also an open invitation to Ramil.
I mean, he's her attendant, so he'll probably be around.
Yeah. True. He's also the other alchemy buddy, so
He is an alchemist, yes.
yeah. Sorry. Gotta get into voice. Keeper. Oh.
Don't think that's quite right. Almost.
Let's go. All right, I can do this. No, this is right. This is right. This is right.
Let's go.
No,
Oh,
that would be a
not
different
Italian.
voice.
Camouflage.
he's got it. He's got it.
Haggis. Anger at the British.
Poverty.
What the hell?
What's the joke? There's nobody a Scotsman hates more than an Englishman, except another Scotsman. Damn Scotsman! They ruined Scotland.
No, it's there's nothing worse than there's nothing a Scotsman hates more than the Irish, except the British, and the English, and our Scotsmen. You Scotsmen are contentious people. You've made an enemy for life.
What about the Welsh?
They're pretty chill with the Welsh. They're
Nobody
on
can
the opposite
understand
sides
the
of the
Welsh.
island. I'm pretty sure the only people the Welsh hate are the British, because everyone hates the British. Regardless.
Yes.
No, I will come into the room. Is she okay? Is she still
Yeah. No.
exhausted?
Physically, she's fine. Like
Okay.
she was very out of breath when you saw her that night, but it's been like at least a day since then. So she seems physically perfectly fine.
Okay.
And-
and Ramil also
Actually-
seems okay.
Yeah, Ramil wasn't there. It probably means that he's
Yeah,
doing
sure.
a little bit of hovering like a mother hen, but yeah, he wasn't at the site of the attack. Nicola has empathy, right?
Yes.
You can roll sense plus empathy. We'll start with that one. I was about to proffer more information, but I also want you guys to feel like your decisions and spending experience matter.
This, I believe, Okay. Omega, how much does mental health care count as the health of people in your world? Because my duty is to ensure the health of my friends and family.
Ensure? I think you can get the passion die off that because you are diagnosing if there's a problem.
Yeah, like I said, this only depends on how much mental health care is considered here.
While it is not like not a field we normally discuss, it is certainly something we've discussed both in and out of character enough people's mental well-being that if you're rolling to ensure, okay, so you've got 8s.
It's not as far off as some people would think because let me I gotta look at the name. There's a lot of
there's a
associate
decent amount of like different
throwing.
fields. It's just what diagnosis used to be a lot more complicated.
Okay, no, because the start of psychology is in the 1850s. That's what I was looking at.
Yeah.
Because people think it's Freud. It's not Freud. It's a boring person called Wilhelm Wundt.
Yeah. But you got 8. Paz does not seem as what's the other way? I mean, we wouldn't say shell shocked because that is actually a 20th century term. But she does not seem as mentally shocked or shaken as say Alestra was about that night.
Gotcha.
I won't say that she's like calm and cool, but
Well,
definitely it doesn't seem to be weighing on her as much. And
Well, yeah.
I don't want to turn it into like an extended point of conversation, but if Nicola would ask her about it, she's more surprised about it. Like Paz is, on the younger side for an heir. She's only 16 still, I think, but she is a noble. She's an heir to a house. Like, the Baron hasn't completely babied her. She understands that, in order to defend her house and her liege lord, she might have to kill people someday, kind of a thing, right? Like that's.
Oh yeah, that might have been her first.
Most of you are kind of like
okay,
encapsulated to the idea that you may be called upon to violently defend your lands and peoples. So like she's like ready to psychologically work on that one. And like she didn't like those guys. They were bad guys.
Yeah, no, they were very bad people.
That.
That does help.
Yeah, so like she feels no like remorse or guilt about it, like if you want to talk like spiritually, you're also an alchemist and probably have studied the golden tablet. There are a lot of passages in it about the end goal of the work is to alleviate suffering. So if other people are causing suffering, destruction begets creation, kind of a thing. So like rationally she can rationalize it. She is like very surprised about how it went down, I guess I would say, which would lead in, I think, to your questions about doing pyromancy stuff.
Yes, not to pry too much. I noticed you managed to shoot fire out of your hands somehow. That's new. I'm trying to be. What's the? I can't. Why can't I think of the verb form of this? Like being levity is not that. I don't be levity. What?
Yeah, actually, no. What is the verb action of that?
I don't know. That's why my brain is literally like
just
stopped.
Say you just say you're being lighter. You are bringing levity.
Bringing levity. Okay, that's. My brain literally went.
You can't say levitating the conversation. That's definitely not the right verb. But yes, you are being deliberately light. You are bringing levity to the circumstance. So yeah. She kind of like nods and says, well, we've been discussing it for several days. I've been working very hard on the formulas. She does gesture to Ramil and says, Ramil sent my alchemical supplies in the carriage, so I had them on hand, and I don't know, it was just the right combination of materials. Ooh, I think she borrowed your accent a little there. That's not quite right. Materials. The flow of aether, the right connection, and just doing the right formulations. And she can basically like walk you through the idea, because I did add them to the sorcery doc, the couple of spells she showed off, which is Anvil Stance, Combustion, and Flame Orb. So like, Flame Orb is just fireball. You need a glass or clay sphere, something that has been fire hardened, or a handful of something incendiary like a little wad of sawdust, saltpeter, or fire sand.
I'm not going to say this. I'm not going to say this out loud because I think it would be in bad taste. But Nicola is desperate to learn this because it seems so much cleaner and less horrifying than alchemist fire.
Yeah, no, like it is still a very like it's a pretty decently hard hitting spell. Range 100 feet, width and killing waste shock. Like it does area damage, but it is definitely like not as there's no lingering damage, right? Basically, Paz kind of describes the circumstance. She did it with a glass bead first, right? Where it's basically like she, did her proper breathing exercises. She called to the fire, stored inside the glass, and activated it. And, it was the material component. So, we threw fire. The combustion is, more of just raw, exhale, turn your breath into flame kind of a thing. Not literally breathing flame, but as you exhale, you move fire around with your hands. That produces a big cone. And then Anvil Stance, actually, I think we can say that Paz got the idea for that from you, of like your fighting style. So she just was like, well, fire and metal are linked. So I just, used a little material and called to fire, and that worked.
Fascinating.
And she can, because it's only been like a week since I think you last had this conversation with her, but she can show you, her completed notes and formula, because she was basically every free time at Summer Court crunching this problem of like comparing notes and formulas.
She has that kind of ADD. Got it. I feel like Nicola has the other kind.
Where you
he
do a bunch of
starts
different
50
things?
Yes, he starts like 50 things and doesn't finish any of them.
No, she's
Exactly.
I think the
She's the hyper-focus.
yes, she's the obsessive focus, quote unquote burn the candle at both ends type person, of just like, yeah, no, I don't need to sleep. I can, calculate the aether required to throw fireballs for 4 more hours.
Yep. We were so productive. Wow! I went somewhere accent-wise. What the?
Yeah, I
fuck
don't know
was
what that one was. That's okay. That's okay. I lost mine earlier. Paz is supposed to be
I
somewhere in
went
the Spanish
hard
range.
German with that.
Maybe a little more Italian leaning.
It's because I was watching X-Men this morning.
Sure.
Fucking Kurt.
Yuck.
But anyway,
Cut.
it's fascinating. This is why we make such a good team.
Well, and I'm hoping that you will discover more secrets of pyromancy, perhaps.
Hopefully, and you have no doubt, if I find anything, you will be the first person to know. Well, okay, to be realistic, it would probably be my brothers, because we probably got lost somewhere in some magical cave of something. But
yeah, when you said you'll be the first to know, she kind of like looks at you and narrows her eye a little, and then you go, "Well, okay, so it'll be the other guys," and then she kind of nods, like, "Yes, I understand." Yes, the first person outside of the circle, and I will remain in contact. We will return to the college, and I will keep my researches going.
Of course. And have we officially announced that we're visiting Kelsey people?
Yes. No. The Marquess did bet Baron Oro.
Oh right. No. Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. So she knows. So I will then just say like,
you guys will make record time.
Yeah,
which I think did you guys bet a whole wealth point on that one too? Was that actually what happened? Okay.
Yep.
It's another concern for the coffer. My mental abacus keeps moving.
If we make it, we'll be if we make it, it's better for us. But yeah.
If we don't,
Sorry, Axe. I don't mean to be mean to you. I really don't. But if we do the thing, we will succeed.
It is true. It'll be fine if we win the bet. But if you don't win the bet,
we win, we'll be fine monetarily.
That is the gambler's fallacy of gambler's fallacy.
But it's like I don't remember where we bet it. I don't remember where we bet though. I really don't.
It was the make a record breaking time. I think it was 8 days.
It was 8 days.
Keltacy run. Which we've discussed previously to recap. We are recapping that plan.
We should probably get the proper terms of that again.
Yeah. We'll remind it as well. But the Seawolf, took me a second to remember the name. The Seawolf can make that speed to make that possible. It's just normally you have night shifts where you have, less people on deck and you don't operate, the sails full tilt in dark just in case. So, you guys are going to try and things to make up for that. When Inos last spoke to Lucy about it, she just wanted to make sure that, the crew would see a slice of the reward from what she thought of as the Marquess's, crazy bet, and maybe it would be nice if you guys could hire some wind witches to just keep the time shaved.
That was the plan.
You have
But we will continue to figure that one out. But yes, Paz knows that you guys are making your Celticy trip.
Yeah, but so I will
And
say,
presumably you're going to visit the college.
We will visit. I'll be visiting the college again to pick up my degree. It would be degree. I'm basically trying to get my the thing that Lucky did for the Goldsmithing Guild.
I mean, not quite your mastery because the alchemist college is not the same way. But yeah, get your certifications. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your diploma, your degree, whatever.
Be the what Inos did for the Silver Tower.
Yeah. Sorry, that's more what I meant. Yeah. Just like the acknowledgement that I'm
your completion.
Acknowledgement that I'm very good at this alchemy thing.
Actually,
I do have I do have 5 plus an expert dice. That is pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Hey, that's pretty good.
I have 11 dice in alchemy, essentially.
Yeah, it is very strong.
Because knowledge 5, bitches. Don't look at my command skill, please.
Okay, diploma originated in the mid 17th century. Yeah, so diploma I think is the right term.
Okay, so it is my diploma. Okay.
Yeah. You get a piece of parchment. It's folded a particular way to let everybody know.
I get to hang it on my wall where it sits there, just like my real diploma.
Very shiny.
Because I mean, I'll say you're doing better than me because I don't ever. My diploma is still inside the protective cardboard envelope. I haven't taken it out and framed it because I don't need to.
That's fair.
It exists. I have it.
Oh, I don't need to either. One of my relatives. This is the one benefit of being a very young person in a generation where there aren't a lot of people in my family. One of my aunts got me it framed as a gift for graduating, essentially. Because, like I said, my dad and mom both have 4 sisters, and me and my brother are the only people from our generation.
All right. But yeah, so, Paz makes plans to if she digs up anything else, she'll let you know. If you dig up anything, her know.
I will give her the Indiana Jones hat tip equivalent.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we are essentially archaeology buddies at this point. It's literally my first thought every time we find some ancient civilization thing to do with like magic is like, dude, I gotta call Paz about this cool shit I found.
You are study buddies, yeah. All right.
Ooh, excuse me.
Okay, all right.
No. Yep.
Anybody else then?
Let me double check the social
Not me.
here. No, I'd probably like to have some of these meetings after we say our goodbyes and stuff.
No, we'll start hitting them up. I just want to make sure about the.
I remember. There's one other person I definitely have to have tea with before she leaves, or she'll kill me.
One other people.
One other person. Yvette. I would probably take tea with Yvette before she leaves, and make sure everyone from the Freddy camp is okay.
Yes, they're all right. They're. I won't say they're feeling like scorned or anything, but definitely like. It was an odd summer court, to be sure, from their department. But, I think everybody's, cool, collected. They kind of felt like they weren't involved, almost, with the attack. I mean, because they were one of the groups that left, and nobody stayed back to be involved in the thing of the keep, so they're just chilling.
Yeah, but I believe I'm probably on better terms with Foretti than the rest of my family. Is that fair to say?
I don't know. I think
yeah, in general.
I think Konrad's up there.
Konrad has a couple of buddies.
Okay.
Conrad Woodrose was here,
Yeah. Yep.
Conrad might,
That's true, but
like I said, I assume unless you're going out of your way to scorn anybody, you say your normal amount of goodbyes. So Conrad probably gets a predator handshake in with that guy, but we don't need to do any more detail.
No, but I think those are
Leslok
the
has
only
some
one.
contacts, but the forest sister, who's a Veiler, did not come. She's
Yeah.
out away.
Yeah, my other contacts aren't leaving, and we're going to be seeing them for weeks from now. So I'm not saying goodbye to
No, you don't. Yeah, you
Inos
don't need
or
that.
Alias.
All right. Okay. Lucky has defeated the pizza. It's catching you up, audio listeners. All right. In that case, then, I think we'll do a couple of things back to back really quick. It doesn't have to be a big moment, but with Leslok, separately from, and I'm specifying this person because for reasons will become obvious in a second, separately from, the Fairy Queen having a moment to formally say goodbye, because she has some stuff to say in that moment. You, Leslok, are approached by a fairy, not by your new pen pal, though he will probably catch you later and just, remind you to hold on to the mirror.
The Goblin
But,
Queen.
not at the start of this. I'm not going to say she won't be in this scene, but like I said, it doesn't start that way. I think you said you observed from the window the Wild Hunt meeting.
Yeah,
Because you did tell Conrad to join
I
after
saw
a
the
while.
whole thing
So
happen, because I was
yeah.
with all the other I was with all the other
So
members of
you recognize this
Council.
as the oddly, I won't say old, but senior looking she who handed the Fairy Queen and her Hunter Queen guys a carbine and a saber. So he is, not exactly short for a fae, but he's, kind of hunch-shouldered. His hair is actually kind of white. He does, look older, have some, wrinkly lines on his face, and his, mouth is entirely obscured by a big, bushy, silver mustache, which is, unusual for fairies, but not unheard of. You got to be feeling a particular way though to grow a beard or mustache. And he's kind of dressed in like he has some underclothing to the fairy male on, but also has big leather work gloves and work boots on. But while you're just kind of minding your own business one day, Leslok, while we're having everybody say a goodbye, he just kind of appears in the hallway.
I don't think I'd ever 8 hours of free time, because otherwise I would fucking try and do Guided Blade, but I don't think that's happening.
No, I don't think you have that free time yet.
I don't think I have time.
At least not until all these guests leave.
Not until
you did say you want to make sure that you formally say goodbye. So yeah, you're glad handing a little bit. But in the course of that, this guy appears and he introduces himself and he is like, "Good day, your lordship. I wish to convey my thanks to you. I am Ingolver."
Good day to you, Ingolver.
Yes. And let me to the Dramatis real quick. The full list. Oh, actually, hold on. Sorry, that's me forgetting a note because I keep forgetting to say what season everybody is. But this is Ingolver. Currently, I am Forge Master to Her Majesty. But I just wanted to express my sincere thanks for your house has done well by watching over my little Aesilf.
Oh. Well.
Yes, I am her grandfather. Yes, hello, it is Ingolver. Strokes mustache.
God, it's like...
She did mention her grandpa before.
Okay, because it's I don't think have anything... Omega. Do the Fae just have children like normal, like average people?
As far as you know, yeah.
Okay. It's like, 'cause I didn't want-
if you're
it's like, I don't know
questioning
if that's-
specifically Aesilfur's
Okay,
relations,
Pax, I'm gonna be a
she
little.
specifically, I do want to say, because Aesilfur has talked about herself a little bit when asked, to remind everybody, she specifically said that she was cared for and mentored by her grandfather because it came up that in fairy culture, to acknowledge a child and parent is to kind of exert influence over them both ways. Like if you acknowledge, you must, give the usual fairy courtesy both up and down. So it would appear that neither of Aesilfur's parents wished that either for themselves or for her. You don't know, you haven't pried. But she was cared for by her grandfather, and that's this guy.
I think I lost track of what he was saying to my response, but just keep going.
He just said, thank you for looking after my Aesilfur.
Think nothing of it. She's been a reliable and dutiful protector for my mother and of me.
That is good. That is good. It is always important to have friends. He smiles big, but you can't see anything behind the mustache.
I think of the fucking dwarves in the good way. They're the
He is a little taller
14
than that. He's
dwarves.
probably about as tall as you are.
No, I was thinking the 14 dwarves and like how those beards are.
It is definitely, like I said, his mustache does obscure his whole mouth, but if he was animated, his mustache would move when he spoke. But yes, so he nods, and he does say that should you ever require a piece, I am the Queen's Forge Master, and while I am usually very busy, I am sure that if you simply request a commission, a amicable trade can be reached.
Thank you.
Tom
I will-
Selleck and Gary Oldman mustaches are probably about there.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Leslok.
I
sorry.
will consider that. I'll consider that.
Kind of, nods.
It is a good honor. It is a great honor to hear.
Think nothing of it. It is not about honor. It is about the hard work. And at this point, I want to say this is when the previously described Georgette Iron Hands just kind of appears. She just kind of, is standing there and kind of like slaps the side of him, and she's like, Inglever, you're always like that. You're not like a goblin at all. He's just like, Mother, you don't need to be like that. She kind of looks at you, Leslok, and she's like, get low to this guy. He's not goblin-y at all. He's too tall.
It's like I think he wanted to say, but he can't because it'd be just weirdly uncouth to bring it up.
Also, she might take your knees.
I hear Lucky typing furiously. I have a
I'm gonna
feeling
say
that
this.
Attack!
I want to say this to at
I
least.
knew it.
I want to at least say this to like all the PCs, like everyone here. But like, this is not something Leslok says. But like, what came to mind is like, aren't goblins mostly known for being like stabbers and takers and like ambushers?
Yeah, they ambush the men they want.
You don't know about that far, but yes, no, they are.
Like, I think she like basically.
I do not know if
and,
Nicola has mentioned that to the group yet. I assume it will probably come up in conversation at some point, but that was a private conversation he and Georgette had. But she did say that as boss of the Goblin Brigade, their usual job is when the Fairy Queen says, I wish, I need something stolen, I need somebody killed, I need somebody to fall down a pair of steps, I need something, lost and never found again.
Yeah,
because it's like to me, it's like
they're the fairy mafia.
Because to me, they're like, I always like, aren't goblins like, I don't know if goblins would create stuff. I thought that's more like they're just like killers and thieves and cleaners.
I mean, you could probably find a polite way to phrase that if you did want to
Very
say that in conversation. Because
I feel like
she
Leslok
already did
could,
bring it
yeah.
up that her claiming that Inglever is her son, that he's not very goblin-like.
I feel like Leslok says something along the line of like, for a forge master, it's like I would not expect it to be a goblin, considering at least all the tales.
He just kind of like nods and Georgette, lifts her mask up because she's always wearing, like that wooden carved mask with bits nailed into it. And she kind of peers up at you and she's like, yeah, you're pretty sharp. Yeah. Goblins, we're not usually like that. We usually borrow things we need. Yeah, borrow. Let's go with that. But you got to remember that the way fairies is that we're all different and we can pick this guy. Can you believe him? He wanted to be a she knight, and now he's here. He's making stuff.
I never thought Isilfa would be the granddaughter of a goblin either.
Well, great, but a few generations. I mean, if you want to get technical, and Ingolver is kind of like mother, and he's like, don't worry about it. But, maybe goblins skip generations or something. Anyway, I also, she kind of gets a little more serious, bows a little to you, Leslok, and says, I also express my thanks. But I'm not going to say that you should call me if you need any work done. She kind of just lowers the mask down and says, I have already placed my one favor. But she points at you, though, with one of her, which remind everybody, she's called Georgette Iron Hands, wearing, iron-banded, gauntlets. She points at you, Leslok, and says, and remember, the lady in white is a personal friend of mine, so you be nice to her. Or else. And I think she just Cheshire Cats away.
Huh.
Like, first the rest of her goes, just the mask is floating there, and then it's gone. Ingolver kind of...
For what it is,
I'm sorry.
Lady White, Lady of Launch is a family friend.
Of course. But, she is the way she is. They say she's the strongest fairy. Don't worry about it. I thank you for your time, your lordship. I must away. I mean, you could say your comment. I'm just going to say he's going to dramatically cloak swirl.
I look forward to seeing you again.
Mustache.
Yeah, he kind of nods and, like I said, dramatically swirls his cloak.
I feel like Leslok just kind of keeps walking of I guess that little smile was like that was surprisingly pleasant.
Listen, Aesilfer's been out of the focus for a little bit, but you guys do still keep to mention her, and I have some ideas for her backstory stuff going on. So
I considered calling her up when like the whole thing happened the other night, but I think
but she was with your
so
you
I
left
didn't
her
wanna,
with your mother basically. So alrighty, so eventually I think to kind of wrap this up, and then we're about, depending on how long this takes, we're about 40 45 50ish minutes. We can probably take a break ski for a second. Saying goodbye to the fairy queen. She basically assembles all of her retainers in your courtyard, and it makes her statement about she's going to be making her leave. I'm going to say, regardless of the formatting, Inos, whatever you want to say to the fairy queen, if you want to say stuff, you should say something before she says something, because she's the fairy queen. If she finishes saying her piece, she's probably going to, vanish into the sky or something.
firework.
Turn into 10,000 moths.
You know what? It's not so important. I think it would ruin the flow here, so nah. Inos will be a present to say his goodbyes, but like I said, the conversation wasn't that important.
Remember, you can always, poke and prod a few other fairies about stuff.
I will.
But in that case, the fairy queen basically, ultimately, just kind of says her goodbyes and basically, pauses for a second, on her way out and says, what's the exact phrase I had in my mind? It's like, we take no offense, nor give no thanks, for everything that has happened has just been a bit of amusement. Therefore, nothing of consequence. She kind of, winks. She does though, and turn to Leslok, and y'all remember Lord of the Rings? You know when Galadriel speaks in your mind. She's just gonna make eye contact with you, Leslok, and you hear her voice in your head, even though her lips don't move. And basically, she says, "And for your lordship, if you wonder about the path by which gods become men and men become gods, when the time comes, seek me at the innermost grove." And then, she breaks eye contact and I think she just, claps, and then like a sudden, gust of wind comes by, and there's like a splash of like autumn leaves or something, or like fresh cut grass, and then all the fairies are just fucking gone.
Omega, I have a question.
Yeah.
May I do a lore check? Can I do a lore check to be like the innermost grove?
Yes, that would be a good one. Yeah, lore. If you also have student of navigation, I think is the other skill.
Nope.
Like knowing places. Okay, lore's fine.
No, it's probably Konrad has.
Probably one like a difficulty 3 because this
Let's
would
like
be
his
kind of
memorized maps, but that's different.
yeah.
Powerful noob. Yep.
8.
Okay, you got 5. So I said it would be diff 3, but all right. Yes, innermost grove is pretty vague, but you can only assume. Actually, you got 8. There they are.
I assume it's like
You're rolling a big pool.
Axe, let him
Your
explain.
best
Don't
guess
assume.
would be. Yeah, I got it. That was me doing math in the middle. Sorry. I interrupted myself. But your best guess would be like innermost grove is pretty vague, but your best estimation would probably be the deepest part of the Glintwood in Forester territory. That is, where the original sanctuaries of the fairies, where men and fairies first met, would be. So that would probably be your best guesstimation.
All right, I'm just gonna write that down.
Yep. And I want to specify. She did not say wander the path. She said if you wonder about the path by which gods become men and men become gods. When you're ready, come talk to me, basically. Now, you don't know, with a lore check, you don't know what she meant by when you're ready.
Yeah, that's.
All right. But with that one, we are only about 15 minutes. But like I said, I think that might be a good time to take a second. And if anybody needs to take a break, I'll run out and take a bio break myself. But we'll pause down for a second, and then we'll probably start doing meetings, I think.
The meeting.
They may still be your one-on-one meetings, but we've run through goodbyes. So I'm going to pause it for a second.
I think this is correct.
I'm gonna stand up and stretch a bit.
Yep, I'll be right back.
All right. That's not.
I really need Jojette to have a daughter who needs to have a wedding. That just needs to happen for me.
You could have like a big fat fairy wedding.
No, so I can come to her on the night of her daughter's wedding.
You use.
Thank you. Anyway, I'm gonna take a break.
All right, I am back.
Welcome back.
Here's your prize.
You right?
Nope.
I'm like,
Yes, X?
Yep.
I thought I heard
Like
X say,
5
like,
feet
I'm
away.
like, and then cut off.
He's
I'm
currently
like,
drowning.
I'm not at my desk. I'm like 5 feet away.
Okay.
Oh.
That part came clear. But yes,
All
you got close enough. Okay. Let's resume.
Resume.
Let's resume. Okay. I don't need this for a second.
Another
All
fourth
right.
person's worst enemy.
I mean, it is actually because they're fucking. I never know what to fucking do with a resume. You know, it's like
Resumes are
you gotta
Say
write
that
about
from
stuff. It's like,
experience.
Cover letters are useless. I do not understand the point of a cover letter.
no, I fucking hate them. I don't know what the fuck you want from me. Anyway, that doesn't matter. I'm opening up session goals again to double check. But okay,
Sorry.
you guys have some smally scenes, so I do possibly agree with, depending on how you guys feel, with Axe's suggestion that we do some of the smaller, big group, everybody talking meetings towards later, because that will probably have lots of talking. So, if anybody wants to jump out first with that.
Well, technically, the meeting with Paz is done, so I'm going to delete that one real quick. Delete.
Yes, we have accomplished that.
No, my super hot fire.
Yo, super hot fire!
2.5 men. I watched that.
Move the fire.
Alright, move that up there.
Ugh.
The discussion.
But in that case,
Like I say, that seems like pretty big, so... Well, if no one else is speaking up immediately, Inos will ask to speak with Aurelia and Moira in his office.
yep.
Let's see here. Inos is gonna, make sure. But you know what? No, let's. And also, make a quick check. Just he'll leave instructions that he's not to be disturbed and not to be bothered. So while he has this. But will, sit at his desk, grunt slightly in pain because injured. But look over at Aurelia and just be like, "So, how are you doing?"
I think she kind of like pauses to consider, but does kind of like glance Enos up and down and say, "Well, I should think that I'm doing quite a sight better than you."
Yeah, I saw that one coming. But still.
She kind of, when you say but still, she kind of nods and says, holds up her arm, and is kind of like, "Well, physically, I'm quite all right. Relatively unharmed." And she kind of pauses. She shoots an aside glance at Moira and looks back to Enos and says, "I seem to be, some might say, spiritually or mentally better put together than some people we know. I come to understand that, how would she? No, I think she would just say Alestra's given name. Come to understand that Alestra was, I don't know if disturbed is quite the right word, but something unusual occurred with her that night."
Yes, that is going to be a topic of much investigation and discussion. But is that
Even I think Leslok was worse off than I was.
Yes, but neither I nor Leslok were, in direct proximity to. No, Enos is like this now. In direct proximity to the Fairy Queen as she unleashes her strength and power.
Aurelia kind of, pauses, hands to her chin, and then kind of nods and is like, "Oh yes, that was a little alarming. I don't think it's much to think about anymore now, but it was very surprising. Honestly, I think I'm more surprised. I should say, tell me if this is shocking to you, but I am less surprised with her ability to kill a man with her bare hands and more at her uncanny ability to pop in and out of places without any of the telltale signs of sorcery. That's weird.
Well,
Brother and I have talked about it a lot, and him and Nicola, it's very... Well, it's a little supernatural, if I must say, and not in the normal way.
Well, the way that I look at it is as such. She is a child. She is the daughter and child of one of the thrones. If things to be expected, she is much more connected to... how would Inos put this? Much more connected to such things as in sorcery that we are not. We mere mortals have to, we'll have to, I had a thought about this because I was thinking about this. I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. And so, like, for us to use, because, we, oh, okay, no, I got a better way. Because we are just merely, shit, fuck. It's not the alcohol. I'm literally just getting tongue-tied here.
Now, I'm gonna be the pizza's really stuffed him up.
Now, a little bit, yeah. And it's like, because we are mortals, just temporary vessels of flesh, we cannot necessarily hold as much power in them as we would like. So, in order for us to use sorcery, we must use rules, rites, rituals, reasonings. We must apply all of that to what we do. The Fairy Queen...
I really just kind of nod, yeah.
The Fairy Queen, being much closer to divinity than we are, does not. Well, that's what I believe, anyway. I did not have a conversation with her, her good majesty.
Well, that does seem a little personal, yes.
Yes. But...
Probably start with tea and biscuits first, but no, I think I understand what you mean. The way they teach in scripture, anyway, is that sorcery is a gift, something that is granted to mortals as yet another tool we can use, just like we learned or were taught how to, smith iron, the riddle of steel, presumably start fires and other things. Acquired our knowledge. So sorcery is just another aspect. It's something that we are, at the end of the day, just borrowing. But what's the right word? Yes, it would be intrinsic, like in the way that every single one of High King Wind's children were born as dragon sorcerers, inherently, without any need to go for all the, eating a dragon heart thing.
Yes. But, like I said, I am glad to hear that you are well, both physically and mentally. I was a bit concerned to hear that you ran off on your own, but unfortunately, Inos, holds up his arm, is like, I am in no position to criticize you.
Yeah, she kind of shrugs and just says, I mean, I could say I learned from watching you, but also, I think we both understand that it was not a good idea in either case.
No, it was not.
I learned it from watching you, Dad.
And so, like, if I'm being quite frankly, I probably should have died twice over the other night. Once from poison, and once from, facing a Kerberoy. If I did not have a ring...
You did...
Hmm?
Sorry, there's me getting caught up. You did invite Moira to this, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think she would say when you say that, you started to describe, and she's like, no, I think that was only once over, maybe. The first time was preparation. You didn't plan on it, but you did prepare for it. I don't really know if one prepares for a Kerberoy, but we'll just chalk that up to luck and good sense.
Enos will, nod to Moira's point, but Even so, I should not have gone off in my anger and seeing an enemy of the house so near at hand. I quite lost myself, and I have paid the price for it. It's like,
I imagine that Moira doesn't say anything about this, but she does, tilt her head slightly. Not quite enough to be like, I told you so, but... I think I've done enough. Both of you guys have hung around with Moira enough, and I've done enough POVs from her that you know that usually Moira does not fight angry. When she's fighting, she is either like ice cold or she's happy.
But Inos continues. But this encounter has definitely, I don't know if the word taught me, revealed to me that our enemies are indeed still out there, and they are indeed still our enemies. I think after these events, we will not be as passive in our efforts to track them down, not when they have made such a public event of it. Many of the high houses were there that night, and while not all were directly involved, will hear of it. News is already traveling throughout the streets of the commotion at the keep, as well as the... As well as the riders in the storm that night.
Oh, yes, quite. Actually, this reminds me of something I completely forgot, but this seems like a good chance to ask about it because we're talking about information. We ended up talking a lot about what you're doing with the monstrum bodies, which is you're gonna burn and properly dispose of the Minotaur corpse somewhere, but you want to... Inos suggested, and I think everybody agreed, to basically ritually entomb the Kerberoi in the Logi catacombs.
Yeah.
Kind of appropriately. We did not end up discussing about the dead humans you have, because you do have quite a lot of those. Obviously, your own folks will be buried properly, but there's a couple dozen dead guys between the people who ended up invading overall. So I did not actually, we didn't actually double check how you wanted to handle. It's not really any big deal to like throw them in an unmarked, pauper's grave, but that is kind of a thing you'd have to decide, because that will be a question about the rumors.
I want to be the better person and be like, I guess we'll do it up to their traditions, but I don't want to humor the idea of feeding to a snake pit.
I mean, my thought is just, throw them in a giant fire pyre and burn them.
Yeah.
Cremation is also pretty common. You could do simple, stuff. You probably have a temple which would appropriately dispose of the ashes, because human beings don't actually cremate down entirely. There's some stuff left over, but
you don't break
bones.
it up.
But no, if we brought it up, Enos would just suggest cremation, and we'll give them, basic rights. May their sins be judged fairly, and may they find the fucking, may they find their forgiveness, in hell and stuff.
May they find solace after punishment.
Because they're not good. Well, they were not good people. I'm not.
No. But yeah, that's one of the things you can do, and like I said, it's I think it's fucking like 0 or 1 for a pauper's burial kind of a thing. So like you can arrange that pretty simply. That's just something I thought of just now, because that's going to be the kind of thing where like that will attract attention. Like giving them a even if it's a mass pyre, giving them a pyre and funeral rites will be something that people will hear about if you're trying to be more close-lipped. But if you're not as concerned about the rumor mill, then yes, that can easily be arranged.
Like, personally, speaking as me, I'm not concerned about the rumor mill. I'm pretty, like, at the meeting, someone or Enos will probably bring up that we need to address the public on the attack and what's going on. And so having a, quote unquote official, we're not going to stop weird rumors. You just don't. It's like you don't stop crime. It always happens. But giving out an official explanation that happens and what's going on will assuage the populace mostly.
Yes.
So,
Agreed.
what is it? Like I said, we have talked about what we were thinking we might say, but I will actually leave the details of that till we actually get into the meeting.
How much treasure do we have left?
Better than
A
no
lot.
statement.
Still, I mean,
Like,
yeah,
did
you're
we
still
spend any of
full.
it this month? Okay.
No, you don't spend treasure. Unless you're buying something that's worth treasure 6. Or whatever the fuck your number is.
Okay,
You don't go
we're-
down.
Deplete. Sorry.
I do believe you may have used... Let me check my notes.
Because I have like all the
No,
might.
you still have
and
not
sovereignty
used any
influence.
treasure points.
Because I have marked down, we're down to
Yeah,
1
you've
might,
used-
2 sovereignty, 2 influence.
You've used 2 might and 3 of your sovereignty and 1 of your influence. But you haven't used any treasure, so you're still...
All right.
All your points on that. Anyway, that's not related to the scene that Inos was having. Sorry, I interrupted that because that seemed like a good time to ask about that thing I forgot to earlier. So,
All right.
yes, you're discussing, that people are going to find out about these sort of things.
Mhm.
And yes, you're not necessarily keeping it under wraps. So,
No. But seeing how, but Inos will continue, but I consider myself a little bit wiser after this night, but I do not necessarily feel my desire for revenge slacking in any way. And I would imagine, Aurelia, the same is for yourself.
she does kind of like pause to consider and kind of looks aside at Moira. Moira maintains a pretty neutral stance, and then she kind of slowly nods and says, yes, I think, as we said, perhaps we did not go about it in the most sensible way. But she kind of pauses again deliberately and says, I do not feel particularly concerned with would she phrase it as? Yeah, that sounds more cool. Particularly concerned with the lives I have ended that night.
Inos just
She kind of holds up a hand vaguely and makes, kind of a just kind of flexes her fingers randomly. Those people were our enemies, but they were not the conspirators I've come to gather. They are merely... She kind of looks at her hand, holds up her fingers and says, they are merely digits in the limbs of those that oppose us. We are looking for the masterminds, and then she kind of the conspirators, and then she kind of, closes her hand into a fist.
Mm-hmm. Yes. We have very few leads, but like I said, leads we do have. Inos, pauses, considers some things, looks at Aurelia, looks at Moira, then, back down to Aurelia. I wish to share a secret with you two. But in order for me to share said secret, I must have both of your oaths. Oh, God! What is a super strong oath in our times?
I mean, it would depend on what people value, on your names, on your honor.
Blood.
Your ancestors.
You can't swear by
Oh wait, no.
Do you actually have?
I do not, but I know.
Do you
I
have
will. I
one?
will say. I'll have your oaths on your steel. That what is discussed here will not be discussed with anyone else.
Aurelia, pauses to think about it, but kind of, nods and accepts. Maybe a little too fast, still, even after considering.
Mm-hmm.
Moira kind of, has her arms folded and closes her eyes for a second to think, and she says, she nods to, while looking at you, she nods her head to Aurelia and says, well, technically I'm in her service, so if she gives her word, that's as good as mine. But she kind of, not like a hard look, but gives Inos a level look and says, You know me, Inos. If I think it's better to protect her that somebody else knows, well, she kind of gives a little, quirk of her mouth, and is like, I'm fuzzy on, rules and stuff sometimes.
Well, frankly, the only
But
reason you're part of this discussion, Mora, because if I told Aurelia this secret later down the line, something's going to happen. I'm going to be like, why'd you do that, Mora? And you're going to go, well, you should have told me, Inos. So I am merely taking preventative measures.
she kind of, nods and like raises a hand, and kind of a gesture of surrender, and it's all right, I understand. Your secret's safe with me.
I do not know if you saw them, Aurelia, but the night of the attack, while there were cloaked men about, did you happen to see the other cloaked men fighting them?
She kind of pauses, thinking back, blinks slowly, and says, "No, I heard sounds in the outer bailey, but I never saw anyone since they came in directly through the postern gate."
Well, they are good at what they do. Aurelia, my secret is that I actually am the leader of a small organization here in Stonehearth. They do not have a name. Instead, Inos will sign, bleh. Hang on one second. Well,
I mean, I know the sign. I'm looking at my notes right now.
yeah, we'll sign Steel over Heart, Shadowed in Darkness, and Penitent sign.
Dude. Yeah, it's on the list, but I don't know if Aurelia's actually taken the time to catch up, and I've given her points in Penitent sign yet. No, yeah, so you'll have to explain.
Yes.
She's got the two in deep speak she needs.
And so, like, roughly translated, it means Steel over Heart, Shadowed in Darkness. Basically, over the past... God, when did I start doing this? 3 months? Yeah, about 3 months. So I think it's about, 3 months ever since we, got back. Ever since we returned from Lab Clear and the tour and all that stuff, I have been finding men in dubious situations, gathering them under myself, training them, and putting them in service in the shadows. They work as my information network, as my guards, and my muscle when I need them to be. Usually, the only range. Let's see here. There's less than 100 of them, but they are well trained, well armed, and quite well disciplined. I realize, Aurelia, that you are going to be doing many things, sometimes on your own, sometimes not. And so, I wish... Oh, excuse me. And so, I wish to add you among the ranks in a leadership position. It's like, Enos, hold up a hand to, full stall any thoughts. It's all like, this is the real reason why I wanted to send you to the Tactica. Is I wanted you to get the knowledge and experience needed to lead others, so that I may put men under your command that do not necessarily Enos pauses. Since it says, stomp around in the light, as it were.
Yeah, she kind of nods and she says, "You're building an organization which I'm going to guess the Marquess doesn't really know about. Though, don't think I didn't notice some odd looks last night."
Yes.
Aurelia can do math,
Yeah.
Good.
Sorry. Yes, he did give me quite a look, and I'm not entirely sure what it means. He may be trying just to hold it over for me and for a more opportune moment, or he just might have no idea what to think of it. I'm not sure.
No, it's definitely the latter. She kind of pauses and purses her lip and says, "My brother is very intelligent, and he can be quite... Well, we've known him since, we've known him our lives, so he can be nasty when he wants to be, but he doesn't really hold things over his friends. It's more that he doesn't know what to do with that piece of information, so he's going to hope that you'll tell him what to do with it. Otherwise, he's just going to wait until he can't possibly not talk about it."
Well, then, unfortunately for him, I'm just not going to talk about it. The strength of this organization is that no one knows about it and no one expects it. Unfortunately, like I said, this is why I actually had to include Mora in this conversation. Because if, a bunch of men in cloaks jump out to assist you for whatever reason, Aurelia, Mora would probably go, "Oh no, a man in a cloak," and slash him before, thinking. Well, not before thinking, but as a reflex.
I thought Inos would lose half his men.
Mora just kind of like, shrugs her shoulders and says, "I neither confirm nor deny." She kind of pauses and she kind of quirks an eyebrow and she's like, "Not that I put a lot of stock in this sort of thing, Inos, comparing people to different generations, but you've struck me that you're not a little bit unlike the former Marquess's old pal Ladron,
Who was that?
who, if you'll recall, I worked for once upon a time."
Is that the information broker?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
the shady guy in Keltasea. He also, once upon a time, I should say this. As far as I know, he's still covering his face. As I talk over Dallas.
Sorry.
But you've stopped. But he was definitely the sort to be, sending people here, moving them there. Oh, just bodyguard me, like go on a boat ride to talk to a guy, So I won't say saying something's incorrect. I wouldn't be surprised, but I'd probably be wondering,
Indeed. And as you are Aurelia's cavalier, you will be the closest to her the most often. So, like I said, we're just getting the awkward part out of the way now. But, I will say, the group, while small, does have a bit of resources. Actually, you know what? Because I'm in a generous mood, I will post what's going on here for all of you guys, so you may see.
And so the people watching at home can see as well.
Yes. But yes, I have built a company.
Oh,
In the
Yeah, you're asking Aurelia to become an officer in the company.
Yes.
She would probably ask,
But Inos is basically... sorry.
she would probably ask, what the purpose of this organization is, but that's really, you and I don't need to quibble about that in character because the goal is right there.
Yes.
So, we know what they're about. Oh, are we actually up to Sinister Operatives? Let me make sure to drop that as a note as well. I just had irregular forces.
Yeah, no, because they started with irregular forces and I bought Sinister Operatives.
Okay,
I
yeah.
remember that.
I'm amazed they have
You
like
absorbed irregular forces.
Yes.
they have as like very close stats to some what stats we got outside of like I think like Sovereignty and Treasure.
Well, here's the interesting thing. Their Might 3 is very elite units. They're not like they're like less than 100 guys. So if you put them on like a straight up battle, like you cannot put them in like a straight up battle. They will lose.
Yeah, that's why it's.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I will say,
Forces
because some of this
are
happened in DMs. Like, irregular forces was something Lucky worked very hard to get in the initial formation of absorbing companies and stuff. Moving some guys around, getting their secret scrimlows, and the reason why the Smith boys were still around was because Lucky as Inos looked at their, researched them, looked at their company stats, and went, no, they're not worth cannibalizing for this.
Mm-hmm.
So they stopped.
So like there has been some low level work to get to this point of these stats.
unattached.
And the treasure stat definitely is much to do with as you know, I was going to say Aurelia might comment that, you know, she how would she phrase it? She wouldn't be I've noticed you're more broke than usual, but definitely be like, I do feel like your money has been a little flexible. It's coming and going rapidly.
Yes, but Enos will be basically explaining, you know, the breadth and scope of the group. So that's why I'm posting the stats. Like I said, they do not have a big reach. Like I said, they're only 100 guys. There's only so much care they can carry, but they are strong, well trained. They are somewhat loyal, but they're still just as much loyal to the coin I give them as to the cause. And they're like,
and with your territory is pretty, for the moment anyway, pretty capped out. You know, there's like not a lot you can do from the shadows to make your physical space much bigger. You are, you know, actually, what was even is the phrase here?
One thing.
Yeah, you know, you're centralized in Stonehearth. You have places where you can put your feet up and rest, and you have, you know, safe houses, covers, you know, that sort of thing.
The one thing to think about is like if Konrad makes his rangers, they should also probably be a company.
No.
I don't think he's planning on them being that large right away.
no.
So just be followers.
No, for me,
Lucky and I will say, like, I feel like we've been basically beta testing, you know, companies inside companies kind of a thing. Can we have multiple companies in the same game? And it seems like, yeah. Just so long as everybody kind of has some clearly defined, you know, obviously clearly defined goals, but also kind of clearly defined spaces, you know, like unless Inos goes out of his way to take these guys with him, you know, when you go to Keltasy, he's not going to be, or rather the company, you know, Steel Over Heart, Shadowed in Darkness is not going to be making any company roles kind of a thing. Whereas, depending on how big your entourage as the Marquess is, you will still be able to make some roles because you are still, you know, you're head of the house. You have access to your staffers, and you can be like, "Ah, yes, my company money. Well, I'm right here. I fixed my signet ring. Here's a promissory note for all my money." You know, certain of that can follow you. So there's some definite elements of this. Anyway.
But
yes, so yeah, Aurelia kind of, you know, mostly is quiet, nods along, asks a couple of questions, and probably at the end kind of just summarizes, and she's basically like, all right, so you've recruited a small but tough group of slightly unsavory gentlemen and women to accomplish things that the Marquess can't be seen accomplishing in broad daylight, and that you don't want him to bother thinking about accomplishing in the dark of night.
yes, well put.
She kind of like pauses and she's like, you're right, Inos, that's definitely something that I'm going to be doing anyway.
Yes.
Hey, look, now you got books.
This probably simplifies things.
Indeed. Like I said, I was planning on cluing you in, you know, post Tactica and whatnot, but with recent events, I felt it was, I wouldn't say necessarily needed to give you a motivator, but
well, like you said, we do not know when Leslok will decide what he wants to do with that information.
Yes. So, once you return from the Tactica, you know, officer trainer done, I will insert you into the ranks. You'll be able to use the organization's resources as your own. And while I will not say you will be able to do as you see fit, as I am still at the top of the organization, you will have much more available to. You'll have much more personnel and tools available for whatever you may seek to accomplish. That way, I have an idea of what you are up to. You will not be running off completely unprepared. And well, it gets us to our enemies that much easier.
She's kind of, you know, again, nodding along. I'm trying to think, would there be any... I mean, obviously she's, you know... what's the word? Like, she's Aurelia, so she's probably a little snarky. But I don't know if she has any constructive comments to make after that. Just kind of like, nods and accepts. Maybe, she kind of like when you say all that, she out a hand, to shake on it.
Yeah. We'll shake on it.
Yeah.
All right. I did want to ask this. I forgot about this. How soon do we have to send off Aurelia to the Tactica? Like,
I believe right now you're still in like the middle of summer 3. If you're planning for her to do the fall semester, it's not. It should be 1 to 2, in the 1 to 2 weeks zone to travel to Grassy. So, like soon, but not immediately. You may be able to drag her the what would be the phrase? The pre-Shadow Veil parts of this Fog Veil.
Yeah,
Shadow Pass, Fog Veil. Blah.
Do you think we have enough time for her to pop in with the Shadow Pass with us? Because Enos is gonna do that like immediately when we get there.
Yeah, no, that's the part that's written already.
Yeah, okay.
So,
yeah, okay.
Yeah, no. If you wanted Aurelia to come along, yes, you can arrange for her to start traveling by boat. It would obviously be faster if you could go the short way around Norlon, but you don't want to do that because you still have to deal with the Ivory Raiders. But you'll be traveling via boat anyway to get there. You can probably have her either go through the pass and go back to the Silver Tower, or take the boat back.
Mm-hmm. But yes, no. Enos will explain. That...
Aurelia would suggest, I'll just make it in character. Aurelia would suggest that if you're talking about the timing of what you want to do next, that as usual, Yerwin Wayland can help her, pack and prepare all of her clothes and things.
That'll be most excellent. Because as Aurelia is a practicing soul crafter, Enos does want her there when he tries to, summon forth the soul of a dragon, a true dragon. Like I said, such moments do not come along very often.
No, it's going to be quite interesting no matter what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it'll call you an idiot and laugh at you.
It probably is going to call me an idiot and laugh at me, but I will not let that deter me.
She kind of nods. Honestly, I think the other thing would be that Aurelia would probably ask you about how your pixies are doing. Because you soaring steeled and used them for the first time.
It's all like my pixies are how would I put this? Cock, shot, and fled. Enos will flick his hand and balance the 3 blades on his fingertips. They'll twirl slightly. Yeah. It's like
they kind of lazily twirl to point at wherever your attention is at the moment.
Mm-hmm. It's like I have decided their names. Like I said, while soulcraft is not summoncraft, names are still important to the soul. And if something has a soul, it is only appropriate that it has a name as well.
She kind of nods and says, I'll have to think about my own then. What about you, Moira? Moira just goes, you already know lefty and righty. Then Aurelia kind of turns back and, since you mentioned, souls and names, she kind of parses her lips and says, and I believe it was mentioned that, well, unknown to us anyway, named Calamitous Blade had slipped free from its rest?
Yes, Inos, will, look to a corner where the Calamitous Blade has been wrapped up in cloth again.
You say, I said, she just kind of looks at it and just kind of has a slightly pinched look on her face, and she's like, oh, yes, Miss... Oh, what would it be? It wouldn't be Dame. It would be... I might be my Magister.
I would go with Magister.
Mistress Riva Witva will not be very happy about that.
No.
We'll have to have a word.
Yes.
Wonder. I know we've been thinking about what exactly to do about... what is it? Replicating Gridarvol's technique with those lights in Logi's labyrinth. Maybe we need to consult the archives and see if anyone's ever needed technique to... She kind of pauses and tilts her head, looks back at you, head still tilted. Ask the souls of objects not to move?
Maybe we can ask
Quirks
her
an
to
eyebrow.
stop being evil.
Enos, nod his head. It's all like, we can ask souls to do many things. I see no reason why we can't ask it to not moved when called.
Just have to figure out the right way. Also, out of character to Nicola's question, tell it to not be evil. You'd have to get the soul out of it, and I don't know how you're going to do that without getting the soul of the monstrum out of it.
Yeah. And like I said, but with the summoner who called it dead, I don't foresee any more problems unless the name of this blade has been shared around. Unfortunately, I do not know.
I'm sure someone knew it. Was she taught it, or did she learn it?
Unfortunately, in my anger, I did not think to ask. Inos sounds very short, but that's because he is, upset with himself. He killed, he
Killed an intelligence asset, yeah.
Yes.
You were mad. You talked about this in the episode when it happened, but she was helpless at the time. Leslok did have her pretty tightly bundled up.
Yes. No. Inos was 200% mad. But
yeah, Aurelia just kind of goes back to her neutral position, arches an eyebrow. I think Moira just kind of probably gives Enos a nod, just kind of what can you do kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. You Enos already think that you did something that you not necessarily didn't want to do, but didn't have to do, right? Enos now realizes that there was other opportunities and other possibilities if you did not kill her. So Moira's well, I'm not going to, beat you up about that. You already got the important part, which is you realized that there was something different you could have done.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So we have many things to do. Like I said, once we visit the Shadow Vampires, you'll be on a boat straight to Cheval Lands. I'm not gonna say stay out of trouble. I don't expect you to not get into trouble, but at least keep it manageable. Yeah.
Kind of, and nods and says, "Of course, we'll only get into normal trouble."
All right. But with that, Enos will probably make a little bit of small talk. Make a few plans here, talk a few little things. And we'll end the scene there.
Actually, this is a good question. If you have thought about it, is there any homework you want to assign Aurelia? Are there any spells you think she should pick up over the next few months? You don't have to get back to me right now. I just thought of it as actually that'd be a good time to think about this.
Yeah, no. Enos will say that he'll send since we'll not be seeing for some times, he'll prepare some lessons for her to go over in her own time. And stuff, but he'll try not to make it so heavy because she is going to be, be in, college and whatnot.
She's going to be learning normal stuff.
But, yes.
All right, okay.
I will definitely, probably won't give her, 2 spells, maybe, 1 spell a month. Something. I gotta double check her her spell list.
Actually, is that in? Sorry, this is me talking about the next thing. Because the only small stuff we got going on is we got a couple of Konrads.
I think it's a good time for some Konrad stuff.
I don't know which Konrad wants to field first.
But probably the one with about the fighting force. With
fighting forces!
Emery Pelican, Tancred, Farron. Probably just before our big meeting that we're gonna have.
Yep. Yes, Emery and Tancred Farron are both available.
Okay.
They'll probably. Oh, would they? No, I don't think they'd think of it as a sit down meeting unless Konrad wants to sit down somewhere. Probably standing somewhere in a hallway or an alcove, arms folded kind of thing.
Yep.
Oh. Sorry, scratching my neck. But I think out of them, Emery Palick would probably be the one to basically be Sorry, I try to remember Emery Palick's voice. is a little high and thin, would be like, yes, Sir Lord Konrad, what did you want to talk with us about?
I just wanted to potentially move ahead forward with what I've talked with you about before, considering the recent events.
He kind of, nods. Yes, quite.
Getting the men that I wanted under my command ready and fighting fit for whatever we do with the Ivory Corsairs, and if anything needs to be found out or hunted down in our own lands.
Kind of, nods along.
Konrad would probably hand over some papers with like the men that he would want transferred over into his command.
Yes.
Checking your unit.
Yeah, and Emery Palak would take that. He's your head constable and a senior lamplighter. And he kind of, looks at your written orders and everything, and kind of like nods along. Yeah, like you saw that tweet too. It's a very funny little image.
Floating head skull is funny.
I mean, to talk about it a little because people in the visual are seeing this. The funny thing is that this is just Middle Earth, but also Middle Earth literally is just Europe. So, but weird.
Ekman,
So,
Berga, Rom.
It's one of those things where like, yeah, there's a reason why lots of other fantasy kind of cribs from this. But anyway, yes, he takes a look at the orders, the list of names. He kind of flicks through it real quick and kind of like nods and says, "Well, everything appears to be in order." Actually, no, we could do a little. We could have a little. Speaking of levity, we can have a little levity to Tancred for on, and kind of like he kind of like turns around and offers his back, and Emery Palak will take a moment to sign the orders and like stamp them, affix a wax seal to approve them, kind of a thing. Since I did joke about this not being a sit down meeting.
All right, thank you. And I'll be sure to take care of them as you've both taught me to.
Kind of nods and says, "Yes, I think you understand the responsibility of being a commanding officer quite well." Kind of, pauses and then kind of, no, it probably wouldn't be a pat, but kind of like, squeeze Comrade on the shoulder, upper arm, and, a little less formally, Emery Palak kind of says, "You'll do fine, lad.
Thank you.
And you've got a whole castle to worry about."
Well, it's growing stone by stone as we speak.
I think Emery Palak kind of smiles at that phrasing and nods.
All right.
And my father did say everyone needs a project castle at one time in their life.
That's why we got project castles, not project cars. What the fuck?
Yeah, but what about second castle?
What about White Castle?
We defined the castle.
We don't talk about Castrum Alba.
What? You dare speak of the Lords Herod and Kumar, kings of White Castle?
We don't talk about the Pale Keep, okay?
I hear it gives you dysentery at the mere sight.
Yep,
Anyway.
that's pretty much all I wanted on the scene. That's pretty good. We can work out the exact details of the unit.
Yeah, we can figure out
off
how
camera.
much followers you're skedoodling.
Yeah.
Which it works out. But all right, yes, that's all right. Well, then we've got two big ones, I think.
Yep.
Do we want to do the dragoning powwow, or do we want to get a small council meeting and do some whatchamacallit, do some work that way?
I am for either. I will be a tiebreaker if necessary.
I think the small council is probably better to do first, just because that one's like the actual like work of it, whereas like the theology meeting, while important, is kind of like secondary. You know what I mean?
Niche.
That's fair. That's fair. That's it's much more nebulous. The small council meeting is definitely more about, real stuff, real tangible things.
Fair.
All right. Okay. So you guys, gather, a day or two after the incident. You guys run through, normal post-summer court small council business. Your advisors make sure to talk about, the not the well, breakdown might be the right word, but but the deconstruction of some of the extra, public spaces and market squares you had assembled. Kind of talk about, there is some comment from Lord Palak the Old Stone about, the profits made during, the market and the technology fair and stuff like that.
Yeah. Money.
Because there was a big influx of foreign merchants, but lots of business goes around, and there are, quite a few points to be brought up. So I don't know where. Well, I don't know where Leslok wants to start, if he has anywhere particularly wants to start, and if he doesn't, feel free to look at the gang and see if they have anywhere they'd like to start first.
I don't have a starting point, but I guess did Konrad do his thing with getting everything formalized, or is that's still in the?
Yeah, no, he got that. That was just now.
All right, I just take out the loop then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Axe, what I would suggest is that you look to one of the other PCs and you just go report. And make them talk.
All right.
Pass the buck.
All right.
Yeah.
Love I'm doing this to you.
Oh, God damn it! Why did I speak?
Well, it's also Logesh. Also, Logesh would be the one to like fucking tell me how things went.
I mean,
it
yeah,
makes sense.
you are the Justiciar, yeah.
Like,
The Justiciar.
It makes sense. Doesn't mean I'm happy about it.
Well,
it just makes most sense you to have like actually take stock of everything.
yeah. Well, I think what you would probably report on is like public order and safety, as well as the follow up from the attack and whatnot.
Like how much is lost, how much is still around, and like
That information I can, if that is what Logesh should be
Yeah, it's
reporting
like-
on. I think I can
like-
just repeat because I discussed it vaguely. I think last session.
Please do.
So
It was being said-
to remind everybody, yes, Logesh can recap. About you did contain the fire, so it didn't spread outside of Old Town. Probably about, I want to say, the equivalent of like 2 or 3, city blocks, like city intersections, burned down. But they were the sections of Old Town that were they burned down because they were mostly unoccupied. They were abandoned, or what would the word be? Defaulted housing. People who were like
foreclosed.
no, not actual bank foreclosure, but like
Oh, okay.
they were, homes that were rented to people who were no longer paying rent, so they didn't have any active inhabitants. Homes that were abandoned because their owners died and nobody wanted to take ownership of a crappy house, kind of a thing. No heirs. Abandoned warehouses, stuff like that. The I won't say every city, but most cities have a section of town where the economy is depressed and things are not good. So occasionally you want to go through urban renewal, and that's where the Smiths boys were located. So you've lost a decent amount of building space, but you managed to contain the fire from spreading to anything actually logistically important, anything culturally significant, kind of a thing. So the real estate is not a major loss. Cleanup will probably take you, a couple of weeks of work, but it's been secured. The civilian, for lack of a better word, body count is not exactly known, but no, I think the Smith boys were like might 1, so they could have had like between like 24 and like 50-ish guys. They had a decent amount, because I think one might's like followers 5, I think. Yeah, so like they would be threat 1 guys, so they could have had, I think, like several dozen boys at that. grossly underfed, under-equipped boys. But so we're talking about like there are probably several dozen dead members of the gang and other squatters, ne'er-do-wells, indigents.
Indigents.
They will be included in the kind of like general funerary rites you do, because they will have no next of kin to claim their remains, kind of a thing. So we'll bundle all that together. Would Logesh specifically talk about the situation at the keep? Probably not. That would probably be left for either
Someone
Aunt
actually-
Yvel or Lord Ferran.
I also like to mention later.
Yeah.
After session.
Leslok obviously knows this, but if he's giving a thorough report, you would probably say it to the group anyway. You captured probably like 3 or 4 of the syndicate guys who were actually accomplishing this sort of thing. Maybe more.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe half a dozen arsonists.
I added an extra I in Dynamite. And that's not an indigenous person.
No, indigent. Plural
God,
indigent. The needy.
I think
Yeah.
about. I think those guys like. I don't think they were like high enough level to like get us into how like the syndicate works on a greater level, but like I think I tried.
I mean, you asked them. They only had so much information to go around, but they
It's
were
like-
pretty talky when you said, "Well, tell me
Talk or
everything
hang.
you know, and I won't hang you."
It's like, shit, I don't want to be hanged.
And
I like living-
I think one of the guys was like, "Well, actually, your lordship, that's against company policy. So we always squeal when we're gonna get hanged. live to crime again another day."
Again, they're all the organization for money, not for the sake of brotherhood.
Yes, that's actually would be something I think it's fair to say that you learned. Is the syndicate is a proper criminal organization. They are here to make money, not the syndicate specifically is not here to overthrow the status quo or assassinate anybody. They're here to do things that make them money.
They're here to like
Money,
live in the
money.
cracks and like exploit it.
Yeah.
But
But
anyway.
yes, so that's the information that Logesh has, some of which you guys already know. And I will give Loth an opportunity if he wants to. Sorry, but if there's any opinion Logesh has about those facts, he wants to insert to his report. Otherwise,
Nope. Nope, let's
Alright.
move along.
All that
with-
if it means the syndicate member could be bribed.
everyone has a price. But with that, Inos will take the opportunity to say, yes, with the fire in Old Duncan, we do now have an interesting quandary to present. And that is, strictly speaking, the recovery efforts in Old Town. Like I said, while with the destruction of so much property in the area, I do believe we are presented with a unique opportunity, my lord.
I'm just imagining Sorry, I imagined something and then I imagined something more. I was gonna say I'm just imagining Lord Pallet kind of sitting, nodding in the background, and then I was like, my head pictured that GIF of Jack Nicholson doing the slow
doing the
nod.
fucking nod from Anchorman. And
Yes, no, like maybe not quite that enthusiastic, but like you're talking about urban redevelopment. He loves.
I
that
will
shit.
say, like, you doing that, I literally just like leaned into like my hand on my chin, like, yeah, tell me more. I'm kidding.
No, exactly. That's what you should do. That's what you should do. But it's like Old Town, while not necessarily a slum, was not necessarily a point of a lot of. Oh, how do I want to put this?
I think Lord Pallet would jump in for you and say, it was a place where our lowest and most desperate citizens tended to, I won't say congregate because that sounds too organized, but it is the place where those who did not have enough money or opportunity to do better organized, and in particular those blocks, I imagine he like points at the street map of Stonehearth, you have on the big table, and particularly these specific areas were a place where, well, as my grandson did say, our ne'er-do-wells and troublemakers tended to gather.
Yes. But with the place destroyed, we can't just leave it destroyed. We need to, well, put the land to good use. And in doing so, that will provide, well, a stimulus for the area. There'll be work needed to be done, and we will need people to do the work. But the question is, though, my lord, is what do we do with the land? And so, like, there are many things we can do. And if you wish for some suggestions, I can offer some, but I would like to hear your thoughts on it.
Potentially relevant. 'Cause no, wait. I'm sick. I have something in mind, though. I'm curious what they think could be done too. There's been. My phone fell my keyboard, and it's like through a bunch of things. Sorry. I have something in mind, so I'm curious what everyone has. I'm curious if everyone else has other ideas they're very inspired with. Though, as an entirely separate, everyone here should know that I have been patroning Professor Starr. Right?
Yes. Inos is slightly confused on where we're going with this.
I think we all knew
I
that.
think the two thoughts may be connected.
I was thinking how we need, also how welfare went. I was thinking that we needed a place to actually
Where am I?
give her an official place to actually do research. Maybe actually let all of her knowledge spread to other people.
Okay.
So, a school?
And where are the people that
College?
are they're supposed to?
Hmm.
I'm thinking about this wrong, aren't I?
Who would? Sorry, I'm scrolling because I'm trying to find my fucking notes where I talked about what we can do with it, but
I
I'm
know, like,
stupid,
this, like,
so I
like,
don't know
acts
what
like
words I use, so I can't
Like,
control
acts
F
out of
them.
character. I'm sorry. Do you not remember the conversation we had?
He might not. He's sick.
No,
Like I said,
do-
I said
talking
out of
about
character.
I just,
I-
like,
the
I-
thoughts are linked. It's just that
Again,
I
like.
just- I just tried to.
Like, Axe, I'm sorry. All you had to, like, I set this up for you. Like, all you had to do is, like, I would like to, build a place of,
well, and that's what I said. Like, those
words
thoughts
that-
are
fair. I did not have those words
linked. It's
Yeah,
like
my
the whatever Aramita has, you want to link to the other thing, and so you said I have an idea for that, and to that point, I want to talk about Aramita, which is a bit of a non sequitur, but it would
Yeah,
wrap back around. But that's
No, you're
kind
right.
of left over. But I
that's-
can't fucking. When
Ugh.
did I say that about the hexes? Can I control F hex? Because I thought I said the word cultural, but that didn't turn up any results in the
I
fucking
thought
search on
I said
Discord.
cultural. It should be in there. Because we talked
Wait,
about
I-
the
Jump
different
hex
hexes.
rect. Okay. Yeah, it's really
Wait,
weird. It did
oh,
not. It
I'm
did not
sorry,
scan
I
right.
didn't
Yeah,
able to
so
ping
it's
here. I had this thing you're talking about. We're talking about, yeah.
Well, there's that. Yeah, but that's like that's an outlet I got, but I'm not ready to read that box text because
Oh, okay.
that's the setup. You're to say this a different way. You're having a conversation with the PCs right now, so
Okay. Right.
I can't jump in for the NPCs. But you're talking about academic use for the space, basically.
I just stumbled, so let's just keep going. Let's just move on. And, like,
Okay,
That
well,
won't
so-
change
Oh,
what Nicola said.
Yes.
But so basically, instead of like trying to say it, like what would Leslok say? What does Leslok want to do with the space? You do not have to use roleplay words, but give us the general gist of what Leslok wants to do with the area. Don't roleplay
I
it,
would
just
like-
say it.
Okay. I think I would like a cultural space because I don't think we actually just have one that isn't just like the Silver Tower in like the country.
Yeah, no, you don't. You. I don't think you have a culture type or campus type district in Stonehearth.
Now we have Brenton, which is a thing, but that's in a whole other town.
It's a little bit of a college town, you know.
Yeah.
It's a different thing, but yeah, Stonehearth is mostly, you know, working class people. You know, that is where a lot of your smiths, foundries, etc., are located, kind of a thing. You have a lovely market district.
Yes,
But yes, what?
you would like a space for people to be able to pursue the academics and the arts.
Yes, because I think the Silver Tower more is like a college but for magic, and Britain more is like religiously toned.
It does have your whatchamacallit,
Mhm.
your
Yes,
cathedral.
but Inos will, nod to that. It's all like, well, that is actually a very wise idea, my lord. I do believe, like you were speaking about Miss Eremita, we do not necessarily have, if we were to redevelop the area into such a space, we would be able to give Eremita a more proper workspace.
I figured it out. It should be Conti. Conti's here.
Okay.
He will, you know, kind of nod and speak up and explain that, you know, the for everybody, because he would probably assume that Leslok knows this word. He's just not using it right now. But the phrase for this is, you know, a museum or museon is a place where, you know, where artifacts and, you know, books can be displayed. And specifically, they also usually are. The earliest ones were linked to temples, but some of them are linked to, you know, public works with the high houses or even the crown. And they usually also, in addition to a place to display artifacts and you know, collect books in a library for the public to view, they also usually are places of learning for cultural areas, things like poetry, music, dance, history, theater, astronomy. You do have a few theaters in town. So a kind of a place where you can learn that. You know, he kind of like gestures to the area you've got and it basically says that a new campus in this area would be fairly expansive, but either in the bordering streets or possibly, you know, taking an opportunity to remodel more buildings outside of the ones that were destroyed by fire, you know, to recuperate some buildings still not in use around it. This would leave space in the surrounding area for independent artists to form, you know, workshops and studios, place dormitories for students and visiting scholars, kind of a thing. He will even suggest a thing that is in my notes, which is that, you know, you could even have the design for the new building suggested perhaps by students at the Academy of Architecture. Give them something to do.
I was looking for something to do.
I'm sure Lord Palak would like to, get in there a little bit himself.
Hopefully, it can all fit in and we wouldn't have to use eminent domain.
I mean, you might have to little to get everything fit in, but that's also like the older town district is, it's places that are no longer appealing because of either age or just, changing times. Like the last time you did a big remodel in Stonehearth, they were no longer, the hip district, the cool place to be.
Mm-hmm.
Eminent domain expansion.
Tough.
Eh.
I hope you burn in a ditch.
Damn.
Straw Nicola bursts into fire.
Yeah, no, well,
I think I bet
said,
more of those.
honestly, we shouldn't be afraid to do a little bit of eminent domain. Like I said,
I was also going to say we could probably. I'm looking at the wealth we have for at least the next few months.
Oh no, yeah, you could
We could. I could
pay
just pay
fair
for
and
people-
square for
Yeah,
the
just pay for
territories.
people-
yeah,
we
like,
could
we
just
have
pay
to
them
we have to
for
move
those.
people. We can give them a good price,
Yeah, you can give them market rate or better for them to relocate, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Also,
Just
again,
in
you guys
case.
have your sovereignty is crazy good. Like the general populace of Stonehearth and the lands of House Logi would be like, hell yeah, But you can also fair to pay them fairly. And that is I don't think it's time for us to quite discuss because like I said, I have notes and tracking projects. I don't think it's quite time to discuss, what Eremita has on her plate, but you could either give Eremita a laboratorium, a place where, alchemists, apothecaries, and natural philosophers work, either on the campus of the museum or in moving some other, artists, workers, etc. out, you could have, a studio or workshop space open up elsewhere in Stonehearth for her to go into.
Like, you didn't have to, like, Grindhouse kick Loth.
Okay, Don't try to white knight me, my man.
None of this is really relevant right now.
I'm just shrugging here. Just like, okay.
I think most people got an idea how eminent domain works. Dallas was just
I
being
also don't
funny.
know if I typed it correctly either.
I don't know what it is, but let's move on.
It's spelled close enough. You don't know about eminent domain? Well, we'll talk about that off camera.
Yep.
But yes,
Move
that's where we're at. So that I think if no one opposes that idea, that can be how Aramita gets her workspace.
I also want the think tank, but that will come together.
Sounds like a good
Yeah,
idea.
that's not that. No, that's
Yeah.
the exact same thing.
I mean, yeah.
You really are befuddled today.
Okay, I took it as a different thing because they are different. They are separate people.
No, they're all going to be working in Aramita's shop, under Aramita. As Aramita, man, remember, Leonardo da Vinci did not actually, work by himself. He had like a bunch of people under him.
Yeah, he had. I mean, well, if anybody's played Assassin's Creed 2, you'd know. Yes, he has a studio.
Yeah.
Yes, but no, we're talking about like getting Aramita a laboratorium, a workspace to work, and then we will put people in it.
We got to staff it. We got to fill in the slots.
Right.
And I have some names for that, but again, that's not the only thing we want to have in this conversation, I think. So we'll put a pin in research for later. So sorry, I feel like I am besieged upon all sides at times.
Hang on, I'm
gonna go sweat it out for a moment.
Yeah, you take some laps. I'm gonna try and
actually
okay. All right,
it's top of the hour. Let's take a break.
Yeah, let's fully take a break. It is 2 hours. Let's stop this down.
So
Yeah, stepping away.
That's fair. Let's fully take a break. Well, yes, I understand, but also I think I should say I didn't mean anything mean by it when I said you're befuddled. I have noticed that you have been possibly without realizing it, like repeating stuff that has either been said recently or that you said earlier, like again, and me like, huh? But yes, I think we've caught up on the same page here. That the
I used to know as a kid. Damn.
Museum stuff, we talked about. I mentioned both in character and, like I said, I was trying to find the point, and it's like, yes, Conti can define for you what the normal term for that is, so that everybody knows. And yes, that sounds like everybody is on board with that idea.
Okay, cool, excellent. So we will, get on that. But speaking of the public, Inos will, move on to the next thing he wants to talk about is, there's no hiding it. There was an attack on the keep. There was fire alarms, the sounds of battle, death,
Explosions.
and explosions. And, there was a big spooky, bunch of riders running around through the town in the middle of the night during a storm. People are wondering about that.
The last one's like, everyone would probably do that one part, unfortunately.
I don't really remember doing anything after that. So
Yes. But the point is, what do you want to tell the people? Like I said, we could say nothing, and people will just make their own conclusions, but, that can go either way. I'm
not sure if we can say the whole...
I'm still talking,
Sorry.
X. You can go either way. For better or worse, people will come to their own conclusions. The people really believe in the Marquess, so I do not think anything bad will happen of it. But like I said, it'd be one of those things of, the Marquess didn't tell anything, so they make their own conclusions. Like I said, I think there's multiple parts to what we can tell. like I said, because there was, multiple parts involved with this. We had the Snake Cult, we had the Syndicate, the Wild Hunt. I don't know if necessarily needs to be explained. You can just say some spooky shit happened. I don't know, but it's it's kind of like that. Okay, now I'm done speaking. Say what you want, Axe.
All right. First thing was, when I felt we probably should do something to at least say something to like shape where the narrative goes, but I feel like Leslok wants to have faith in his people.
Mm-hmm.
Though I also think like how public was everyone knowing the Fairy Queen was here? Because I feel like that got out.
That definitely got
yeah,
out.
she was a guest. Like that has to have been known.
I feel like we just don't hide the Fairy Queen summoned the Wild Hunt and don't say more about it.
I think.
Well, I think we could probably say that
Distance.
the Fairy Queen, called upon the Wild Hunt to hunt down, the enemies in the attack. I think will probably be
Yeah, the attackers. Yeah.
I think we should definitely tell people there was an attack. We don't need to get into specifics.
I think we
there
can
was
get
an
into
attack. We dealt with the attackers. This isn't. Do we want to even link it to the Marquess?
I don't want to give like any respect like heat to like the
But here's the thing, though, Ash, or here's the thing, my liege. Our enemy operates primarily in the shadows. So why not put a light to them? They've been doing this in the background for years without our notice. If people know about them and know not to inflate your ego too much, you are extremely popular. So if the people see that their popular marquis was attacked by an organization, it will rally the people against them and give us more eyes.
True, but that also means that we'll have a bunch of people that we do not have direct control over who might get ideas of their own. Because, well, like I said, we did learn some things about the Snake Cult and the Syndicate. The Snake Cult, the cult of the Crownless King, as it were, is not a monolithic structure. It's like, yes, they have the militant arm, but also they have a degree of them what are just... Oh, what do I want to say?
Pagonas?
They're just... I want to use the word penitent followers.
Zealots. They're zealots.
It's all like... It's like... They believe in their god. It's like... Inos is going to look directly at Nicola. It's all like, are you going to call me a zealot, Nicola?
No. But I don't think you'd be willing to kill yourself and everyone around you. Necessarily.
Ah, yes. Me, who has the power to, end life at a touch.
You can.
Pretty sure there's like a word worse than zealot that might constitute the people that were like blowing themselves up.
Yes, and that's the point I'm making. The people that were blowing themselves up were not the people who sit at home quietly and flagellate themselves, waiting for the time of their god to come.
I agree.
Extremists?
It's like, you do not agree, Nicola. You just said they're zealots.
I mean, well,
I think that speaking of extreme self-flagellation could be considered to be zealous.
Do you think? Yeah. Are you mad that I'm ascribing the term zealot to them, or are you mad that I'm confused at which part you're angry about?
Okay, so, you gotta remember, some of, Dea Tacitus worship are, penitent worshippers, that take, vow of silence, they, all that stuff. They can take, it's not as extreme as, extreme, self-flagellation. It is, sometimes viewed as extreme and one there. Somewhat extreme sometimes. Like I said, this is why we have, we have, penitent and sign and whatnot. I might be misunderstanding here, but, personally, if, they are not doing even if like they're doing things that may be strong, as long as they are not actually hurt, if they are doing what they are what they are by choice and not forcing others into it, and doing it with actually face, I would not call them like full on zealots. Like zealous is a term. Like, actually, now I'm curious. What is that? What does
Zealotry,
zealotry mean?
A fanatical person who's fanatical and uncompromising in the pursuits of religious political ideologies.
Yeah, fanaticism.
Technically,
Fanatism. I would not say like the normal forms of
Fanatics,
the snake cult are fanatical. Like, yes, they have a belief that is, different from what is the throne guards, but, the non-militant faction just seems content to, stay in their zone and do the thing. The militant faction, yes, those are zealots, because they are fanatical and uncompromising in their ways to the point that they're going to blow themselves up. So, that's where my...
I agree with you. I don't know how... Maybe I gave a wrong impression, but the people I'm talking about are the people who attacked us.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing.
I'm not talking about just people.
Oh, sorry. No, but that's the thing. I was talking about the people who I was talking about trying to talk about the non-militant ones, and then that's when you just said zealots.
Okay, so I misunderstood who you were talking about. You were talking about the differentiation I thought you were making. I thought you were talking about the witch people who are like the masterminds versus the people like the ones who you interrogated who just seem to be zealots who don't really know anything. I misunderstood what differentiation you were making.
No, sorry. I was being a little bit more broad about that. I was being like...
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, sorry, okay.
I see where the disconnect came.
Okay. Yes.
And now we merge back onto the same lane.
Yes, back onto the same lane. So
yes. I consider anyone who attacked the castle to be a zealot.
Yes,
I think that's fair.
Yes. Yes.
But they were fanatical. They were fanatical zealots.
Yes.
Zealot. Okay, Axe. I don't want to be pedantic. Zealot implies fanatical.
Yes, it literally says this.
It's the first part of the word. A person who is fanatical.
Yeah, the classical definition of zealot has to do with the...
Fair. I thought that was like above zealot.
Okay, the traditional. Okay.
The word zeal, which is the root of zealot, doesn't necessarily have a negative connotation. Calling someone a zealot is usually reserved for in English for yes, a fanatical or uncommon, like you are being particularly zealous, fanatical, etc. in a sense of being too intense, being intensely devoted in a way that is considered a negative, an extreme.
Yeah. Yes. So, like I said, because I understand where me and Dallas got,
extremist, but
yeah, no, I understand exactly where we got crossed.
Yes.
And I now see eye to eye with you.
Yes.
Yes. No, someone worshiping the snake god is not inherently a zealot. The crazy people who attacked us and tried to blow themselves up are inherently zealots.
Yes. So. Now, the thing is, like I said, the thing is we talk about is we do not know enough about their structure and how, connected, the two halves are. We're not able to get all the information out of them, but we do know that they are basically separate factions. If we just say, hey, this snake god cult is our enemies, well, that might, trickle down to them, and, it might, cause, the non-militant faction problems. And if it causes the non-militant faction problems, well, the militant faction might be able to capitalize that and get, more guys. We do not.
I see your point.
We do not want to necessarily spook the non-militant faction of them. So we do not want to just declare the snake cult, enemy number one. The syndicate. If we want to declare the syndicate enemy number one, I don't think anyone's gonna.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe we should just call out the syndicate. Just be like, hey, these guys suck, and they've tried to kill us 4 times.
Yeah, the snake cult is experiencing them. We don't want to give them a reason to unify.
They do not.
They did. Oh, sorry. Yeah, they did the pirate thing. They did the because
they were pretty sure they were backing Brad.
No, Brad. The syndicate was backing them. They attacked us at the Capitol twice. Okay, technically we attacked them into attacking us, but still.
Well, that's because
The first time.
they were doing crime and stuff, and they
They also did just attack us on the road.
They looted our.
That
looted
the
Leo
road
for
attack is
possessions.
not. Those guys were just dressed similar to the Syndicate. You never determined if those were
no.
Syndicate involved or if they were just normal banditos.
It could have just been guys the
Right.
Syndicate like tipped off, or like,
But
or
also
something
they
separate.
were. You do know from Bloody Brad's correspondence for sure, and from their own, that they were attempting to build an alliance with the Flat Salts and other highwaymen you guys had, and etc. They were trying to build a bridge to your criminal organizations in Teine.
And I think it's safe to assume that the Syndicate is also behind that attack upon us at the church where we met.
It may be. Those had to have been summoned creatures.
I think that might be the snake cult
It might
ladies.
be the witch. It might be
specifically.
It might
Lords,
be.
but
Well, like
but
here's the
also,
thing.
like,
I'm like, well, here's the thing.
Same
Here's the interesting
aspect.
thing. I'm sorry. I know I'm talking over people, but I do want to get this out if everyone's okay with that.
finish.
It's okay. Finish your thought. We're all a little sloppy today with our
Yes,
words.
I do
I'm getting
apologize.
better.
I do apologize.
I'm
to
fighting
everyone.
through this.
But the interesting thing is about we know that this like Mariposa Marsh, has the surname Marsh, which is the bastardization from the Marrakeges, and she even had a token of the old Sil of Venin. We also have understandings that the snake cult is also probably based in the Marrakeges. So whatever being, they both seem to have some sort of focal point in the Marrakege. So the snake cult and the syndicate probably on some loose high level are connected. But like I said, I do believe that they have separate goals. The syndicate, for better or worse, is a crime org. They want to, do crime, make money. I do not think we fully understand the goal of, the snake cult zealots. I'm going to call them the snake cult zealots so we can differentiate when we're talking about, the militant farm. We do not know the precise goal of the zealots. They seem to be trying to hasten the arrival.
I guess how I look at it, if you let me butt in.
Go on.
I look at it as the syndicate is just trying to ever expand at every part they could fit in among like Tricoron. And to me, the cult of the crownless come from they're just a bunch of people in like the various like cracks and like underbellies they like already go to like find people to make hooks in. So like I think it's just they're basically people they hired to do jobs that involved magic for them.
I'm sorry, Axe. I do not understand that last half of what you said. Can you repeat it again?
I think the syndicate, as an ever-expanding organization, goes to the various different underbellies and like cracks in society amongst all of Tricone they can reach. And all the cult of the crownless were probably just in those places so they could find people to do magic for them of like usually heretical kinds. Like,
so you think that the syndicate,
like the bracelet on the one, I can't remember her name right now, but like the thorned bracelet or.
The thorn manacle. The thorn manacle.
Yeah, for the thorn manacle, it's like it's basically they can have stuff like that to like force contracts and other weird or like summon ghosts of people they hate.
Okay, so
Sorry, I was eating something, so I wanted to say, but that is a good point for me to jump off. You do know because of the interrogating those syndicate guys that the syndicate claims to have connections all over Troy Corone. Like they copped to working with the Ivory Corsairs, the Pirate Brotherhood. They claim to be working with like either in contact or in places like the Islas and the Lagartia. Sorry, I said that. I thought in my head Lagartia and said Islas out loud, and I'm proud. Like so, yes. That is not a what's the word I'm looking for? Outlandish point. Yeah, that it seems like the syndicate grows lots of connections. So they are connected, but you don't know. I guess the phrase would be you don't know who initiated the connection. Does the syndicate hire the snake cult? The crownless zealots for something, or did the crownless zealots hire the syndicate to help them do a hit on you? Like we don't know. None of the guys you have left alive seem to know.
That feeling is also the witch lords are involved, but I don't know how that works.
Well, we don't know. Well, honestly, we don't know what's up with the Witch Lords and if they're like, really a thing. We know that someone probably. Oh, sorry.
Actually, no. This is a perfect excuse for this. I was going to say something, but actually, you have a skill for this. Leslok, roll your student of logic.
All right then.
It's a perfect time for you to roll to have an idea before I give too much information away.
Yeah.
10.
10.
survives.
Okay. Yes. So based on just the concept of formal logic, sort of a thing. If you had to guess, what is probably going on is that calling them the Witch Lords, because you don't have a better word for them, the Venom remnants. They are probably I don't want to say super trope, but like they are probably the man behind the man to an organization like the Syndicate.
Like the
But are
spark
not
and the Deathfire?
necessarily not all of the Syndicate is the Witch Lords, but it does seem like the Syndicate has a shadowy backers or orchestrators who are tied deeply with summon craft, sort of a thing.
Like, I could see the Syndicate came from the Fallen Houses in some form.
I did mention, they've connected to a few places, but yeah, that seems to be the idea going on. And that Braith Hammerlund, for instance, is something. He's a guy.
Is he?
So, yeah,
is he though? He might be a demon.
Well, he didn't have any horns. He did have a skeleton
Yeah,
hand, but none of you got a good look at
why?
that.
I think you want to say devil there, because the demon's a different thing.
No.
Unfortunately, or something.
No, the demon is still a thing. That's not an iron demon.
Let's not get stuck in the
All right,
weeds on this.
No, but like I said, we'll have to investigate Brad Hammerlund probably separately. Like I said, he does seem to have some connection to someone, and that's why he was able to effect such a great escape, and seems to be connected with other types of sorcery. If Hammerlund is any indication in what Marquess Espada said, he might find some information on him, maybe in the Medius Mountains.
Yeah.
Maybe. Or we also might try looking for information for him in... I don't want to... What's the island again with Oro and Espada? Is it Aquinar? Or is
That is Keltacy.
Keltacy.
Aquinar is the Oro province.
Oro province. And Keltacy. As Marquess
Put it on
Espada...
the list.
As Marquess Espada seems to have some history with him. But back to our original point of speaking to the public, I will put this in simple terms so that we can make a decision to move on. There are basically three ways. There are basically three levels of we can disseminate information to the public on both the Syndicate side and on the Snake Cult side. We can give a lot of information and push the public to watch out for them, share information, maybe even give tips and stuff, maybe for a small bounty and whatnot. Like I said, that will incentivize the people to be our eyes and ears, and maybe without us knowing, be our arms and legs as well. We'll also probably get a few false flags in the mix too of people trying to do that, but that's how it is. That is a heavy response. A moderate response is just be like, hey, we have our eyes on these guys. We are investigating them. Do not worry, though we have it in hand. Those guys don't need to worry about it. A moderate response. And then a light response is just means all like, something has happened. Don't worry about it.
I'm definitely team moderate.
Yes.
I feel like that is Nicola's character to a T.
Yes.
So-
Forget about it.
So, I will say, Enos's opinion, I talked about this in our discussion, is we go heavy on the Syndicate and moderate on the Snake Cult.
I'm with that too.
Oh,
honestly.
yeah, I'm good for there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I would
we
agree.
will
Aren
have...
/ Konrad?
Said
He
I
said
would
it. He
agree.
would agrees.
Okay,
Yep.
So-
bad.
So, I do believe that we'll have, some proclamations and some declarations written up, and they will be, yelled, shouted to the public over the, next coming days, and that should cover that. All right.
Who can shout
That
the loudest?
suffices for my purposes.
I put it under Logesh to handle Cowlet's hand it over long
I
term,
would-
but I'm not gonna put it on Loth.
I mean, I would bet out of the group of us, Nicola can shout the loudest because I have training in Wind Witch magic. So, fuck you.
Probably. All right.
Yeah, we also have criers for that.
Okay, so so after that, let's see here. What do we got going on? Well, one thing I did want to ask, in light of this new attack, do we want to change any of our upcoming plans?
Let's see.
Like I said, we still have a mission to Crag, but I do not think that what is her rank again?
Countess egg.
Countess Egg will particularly mind if we postpone it. Maybe to, the new year, if there's something else we want to focus on. Like I said, we do have a lot in the Fog Veil coming up and whatnot.
Okay.
Yes, Dallas? Or Nicola?
Yeah, this is just a dumb question.
What's up?
This would be out of character because Nicola would remember this.
Mhm.
Isn't Crag technically also part of the Super Prince's world tour?
Yeah, he's going
Yes.
there.
Yeah, they'll go there eventually.
Okay.
Yes, but the thing is like we have many things that we can do, and also if like this is one of those things that we're talking about out of character, we might be doing too many things. We might be able to simplify such a thing so we don't actually have to do it, or we can make it smaller.
We
So
are less obligated to join the Prince's tour into Egg.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
So,
We can visit at
Crag,
some point, but
Crag.
it's like, unless we have like some other goal you guys want to do in Crag, I think it's probably better if we just.
So I guess.
Yeah.
Sorry, the transition from out of character into character. I don't know if Leslok asked that in character, but the Inos has an extra goal
Yes.
to go to Crag.
Yeah,
it's not
so
just so that he can glad hand, but I don't know if Secrets Boy will say his secrets.
Yeah,
No.
so I'm gonna do like I did last time, basically give Inos a chance to say it, and if he doesn't say it, we're moving on.
Do you want me to Axe, I'm going to be quite straight
Okay.
with you. Do you want Enos to go? It's like, oh wait, I want to go to Crag so I can see if I have to go kill fucking, one of the, bastards of the family. You want me to say that out loud?
I already say it like that. Honestly, yeah, we're moving on. Let's move on.
It's like this is why Omega's talking about secret boys keeping secrets.
It's like
Yeah.
fair because it makes me say it differently. We're like, oh sure, let's do it.
See, I don't even. This is why I don't
I
even
mean,
bring. Loki, I'm gonna be real. This is why I don't bring up that I have secrets.
I know
also
it's like
just-
it's one of the things, but like I said, it's like part of the fun of having a secret is having it slowly come to light.
The dramatic irony too.
But
Well, yeah, dramatic irony is another thing with the viewers. What I was going to say is that if Leslok frames it as if we don't have any more pressing business that like we don't have a reason to go to Crag sooner, and then just we let that one lie, that is a opportunity. Does Enos want to press his agenda and say, I think there are some reasons to do it sooner rather than later, or not? Like I don't actually think Leslok or acts as Leslok, needs Enos to completely spill his guts, but
No,
just
it's
that
more
like
just
that would
like,
be
if
beat
you have
to
a
be like,
purpose.
is there a particular reason to go to Crag sooner? And then just because I will be since Konrad is already working on his unit of Rangers from
Yeah,
the Lamplighters in
actually
Teine. I
gonna-
know that was good.
I was going to bring that up, like, assuming that Leslok would have kind of asked that to the whole group.
Yeah. I'm not
Konrad would
hiding
say,
it.
well, I was thinking about recruiting some more men from Crag, but that's not
Yes.
something that can't wait a little while. Well,
I won't
if we
tell
don't
you.
if we don't do it before the Ivory Corsairs, I mean,
Probably should then. So maybe not all of us have to go then.
If I don't go, I think some of you may die.
say that every time.
I think if you
I
do
will
go,
continue
someone-
to
I
say
think
that.
yes, everybody does say that. Everybody like Conrad says, you say that every time, and everybody just nods. Nicola does say that every time. Ooh, sorry,
Yes.
cough snuck up on me.
just thinking back to when Nicola just didn't heal Enos, I'm like, yeah, even if you were there,
He told me not to.
I did not.
After
Yeah.
Yeah.
You missed the QTE.
Anyways,
It is
Did
like
he
it,
miss the
he
fucking renegade
did
prompt
he did
that
miss
showed
it.
up?
he did miss the quick time.
Yeah.
All right, I'm rubbing my eyes so I can't look at my screen. But all right, okay. So, Conrad says that he has a reason to go on the Crag trip for which would be for military purposes.
How long do you think Konrad needs in Crag to
I should ask.
to accomplish that?
Well, in character, Connor will reply, I wasn't planning on spending more than a week on it.
Honestly, because I think our original plan was actually to spend some time seeing the sites and stuff, but maybe we can do maybe just a quickie. Get in and say, hello, we are your allies. Shake hands, smile for some paintings.
It'd be nice to see what the fort, their main fort, looks like too.
Yeah, see it on screen kind of a thing, but not see a lot of different sites. I'm asking this question because I do not recall. I don't know if Konrad ever mentioned to anybody, because I believe the first mention of getting recruits for his possible followers, because you've been thinking about how and where to do that for a while. The first mention of that, I think, was in a letter Lady Maja wrote you about one of her cousins had some free men-at-arms, basically. So I don't know if Konrad specifically would bring that up, but I can tell you out of character that Konrad knows that if he wanted to go through that route, that would probably take no time at all. That would be meet those guys in a tavern somewhere kind of a thing. So no more than a week is a pretty solid.
That's Loth. That's fair.
Yeah, Loth is experiencing super lost time. But yes, like I said, I don't know what Konrad's brought to the group, but yes, your estimate of a weekish or maybe even shorter would be fine.
Yep.
I still think, because I think we're not doing the Ivory Corsair till Admiral Marin has all her stuff sorted out to do the assault. So
that will take a little bit of time. You're pretty sure she's going to work on it the moment she gets back, but she does have to get back.
So
She's only left
we're
a
gonna give
couple
her probably
days.
a month and a few weeks on that.
Well, that means we have a month and a few weeks to take care of other things. Like I said, we do have the grand tour, with the princes, and then popping over to the Fog Veil. Like I said, I have a very important business that I need to take care of over there, so I will not be compromising on that.
There it is. Okay.
I would like to make sure the prince's party is fine when they go to the Fog Veil, because I don't know what will happen to them on the way.
I'm just happy to be there.
So you guys are going to go by boat. They're going to bring some blood shields. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
Who are you joking, Nicola? You're there to make sure they don't get sick, right? You're fearing the plague still? Yep.
Yes.
Yep. See?
Yep.
I mean,
you know me so well.
But
one might think, I don't even know what NPC says this. I just imagine someone says under their breath, one might think that you all grew up together.
But
gosh, I was I guess along the way you can go fight the Lady of Thorns or something. I don't know.
I'm sorry, you.
Or if I go, I was thinking to itself. It's I guess
I will tie you to a chair.
You don't need to tie him to a chair. It's just not the right time for that.
But
you're gonna hold a, you're gonna hold a meeting first to see what the situation is.
Princess tie you to a chair.
Inos, will look at this and go to speak to Konrad, do you still wish to try and organize some sort of official monstrum hut this year? Or do we want to leave that off?
I was going to wait and see a bit how our expedition against the Corsairs went.
Mm-hmm.
Because if all of our fighting men are tired from that, then we might not have enough men to really do a good hunt.
Mm-hmm.
But so yeah, you want to leave the option.
I was going to plan it. Yeah, I was going to plan it for after we dealt with them.
Budget time. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for.
All right. So I guess now the question is when do we, if we, like I said, we will plan a quick jaunt over to Crag, say our hellos, and come back. Do we want to save that as well for after the Ivory Corsairs?
I think we should do it before because Konrad would like to gather men.
I do
get additional resources.
Already have men for direct military service.
Okay.
But I would have
as
more
just
if I could do
I don't want to
before.
Excuse me. Sorry, didn't want to talk over you, but I don't want to necessarily overcomplicate the issue. But one thing you could also do if you go to Crag before that is you could talk to Countess Ake about her if she wants to have it or has anything she can contribute to a Fog Veil operation, because as it would
It's her
appear
content,
that
too.
the Ivory Island Corsairs, other than raiding the Fog Veil, mostly raid her northern coast. So that may be something where you may be able to again get loaned some assets or some intel or something for an operation if you wanted to check within that first. That would let Konrad get additional work done. You know, it's not a, like you just said, it's not a necessity, but it is something that could add more to his particular capabilities for what you're doing and could also give you more tactical assets.
And they can block the North Channel, at least the northern coast.
At the very least, yeah, you could let her know about your navy to block in the other side.
Okay, so would Konrad be amenable to that?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
All right, so I think our plan for right now is clean up, Prince's tour, Fog Veil / Shadow Pass, Craig visit, Ivory Isles. Does that sound correct to everybody?
Yes, I think there's probably a few weeks in between the Crag visit and the Ivory Isles, but outside of that, yeah.
Well, like I said, everything.
I don't think we're doing anything next.
Yeah, I know, but that's the thing. Everything, like, those are our events. How many days are in between it doesn't matter. Do not matter.
We'll figure it out based on like how much
we get there
matters for company stuff.
No, because it's like that's the thing. We're trying not. This is the thing. We're trying not to count days.
Oh no, I was more thinking if we just have open time. It's like, okay, I have open time to do other stuff.
Yeah. No. You will have downtime between each of the events.
All right then.
Yeah. This is why I take vacations.
So.
Yeah, take less vacations.
So I think our schedule has been finalized. This is what we will stick to.
Well, let me throw a couple of things on you for the pre going to Fog Veil bit. First of all, suggesting some grand tour stops. Love to pop in. We don't have to do detail for them, but Brinton has cultural history, and learning history. Bryceton has a lot of stuff that's good to see. Silver Tower obviously is a big one. The Anvil, has some stuff as well that you guys haven't been to. What's the word? On camera, right? There is some suggestion of that. Depending on what order you guys want to do those in, some of those we back around to the Prince's Tour also making its way after you return from the Fog Veil back towards, Crag, that end. Not necessarily deliberately joining you for the Crag trip, but meandering in the Crag direction. And I have... Well, before we lock in any plans, I also do have two more early side quests to throw at you.
Okay.
Because these are complete. You don't have to necessarily do them right away, but it is the thing of there are two things that I did say would be coming up. And I was waiting for the right time to discuss it, but I think now that you guys have locked in your slightly longer term plans, to talk about what you're doing immediately next, two things. One, Edgar Wayland says that he has had workers on the Pitchstone Plains for several months, right?
Yeah.
They've been digging around. They've been looking for stuff.
It's like I want to bring up dry stuff option.
I mean that would be closer, yes. I mean I think those are all they're not exclusive locations. These would be places you would go, and you would tell me if you don't want to go somewhere. But his workers have recently discovered. Through probing and minor excavation, what seem to be worked steps, stone-cut steps going down, and are surveying the area and are in a position that with your go-ahead, Marquess, they can uncover and work on that very rapidly. So there's something to be looked at, and if you want to go look at it, they can have that ready in basically no time at all. So it's not a thing of you got to be oh, well, they have it excavated by the time no, don't worry about that. You tell me you want to do it, and you go do it. The other thing is, this news actually comes to you through Lady Gladwin first, because what's the word? House Gladwin currently has the ownership over Innisport. To do a little high-level knowledge, because Innisport has come up a couple of times. It's where your Archbishop was actually. It's a robust fishing village, but still a village-sized settlement on the interior of the Ungala Peninsula, the Fang. The territory's kind of shifted between House Gladwin and Ferran for years. They normally associate it with food production. Like if you look on the tax records, they have fisheries and fishing boat operations. They have neighboring produce northern grains. There was an iron mine in the hills, but it's mostly tapped out. There are small amounts of sand and clay minerals extracted from the area. The village has an ancient chapel, which is one of, dozens of churches in the area supposedly founded by Saint Ninia. Without making rolls, the oldest records say that the territory was once held by the Muridi Sea peoples, but they were driven off by the Teine, and there's basically no signs of them in the geographic area. In the mines, like, they used to dig up, like, bronze tablets and, icons or statues of stone or clay that were associated with the sea peoples, but that's, again, no longer happens. The most notable landmark, though, is that there's a strand of earth and rock which goes out into the water, which is called the Merman's Causeway because it's underwater at high tide. It's one of those things. But at the end of it, there's a carved rock formation that has some very faded carvings in myrrh. Anyway, I said all of that because a town watchman on morning patrol on the Merman's Causeway received a message in a bottle.
Oh.
And Lady Gladwin has the bottle for you. She presents it to the council. He reported it to the mayor. It went up the channel with Lady Gladwin. It's been brought to you, the Logi boys. It's a glass bottle of a little bit of a greenish hue, probably Islas make originally. This was probably like delivered, like just this morning or the other morning, depending on how fast it would run up the chain. Inside, though, is a simple letter of what looks like, folded and prepared papyrus, written in squid ink.
Oh, boy.
Wink.
So what does it say?
Glub, glub.
Inos will open
Pop it up.
and read it.
Check it out. It is written in a decent attempt at Crownish.
Rad.
But it basically says that the Council of Currents has heard that the blood of Logi wants to speak. Wishes to speak to them. It says that there is a party in northern waters to survey things, is the phrase used. Doesn't say exactly, what or where. And it has basically instructions that if the blood of Logi wants to correspond, they should go to their preferred meeting place. Not suggested in the note, but I suggest to you go to the stone quay below Castle Sjorberg. And ring a brass gong 3 times and either throw a message into the sea to be received or wait for a mer to appear and speak.
Okay.
And it is signed by Lady Ritika. Who all speaks Mer? Because I know a couple of you have been studying a little bit.
I do.
Let me double check.
I
my
have
level.
one
Give
in
me-
Mer.
Points? You got one?
I
I
got
did
more
look
than
at those
one. I can tell you that much.
I got one
I
point. I
have-
keep putting points as linguist. I kept
Well,
putting
no,
points in
I
it.
only
still
put
put
one
points in
point
it.
specifically because I said Nicola learned enough to translate those tablets on his own, and that's it.
Was that Comrade has one?
I have
That's two.
Inos has 4. So
Okay. So I think everybody but Logesh can understand. The name Ritika is, it seems like a pun. In both the way you spell it in Crownish and the way you spell it in Mer. The meaning in the Mer language means that it means both simultaneously, depending on how you like write it. Either stream or current, and then as a separate meaning, brass.
Oh God, in Japanese.
all right. Well, ring a brass gong. Yes, but all right, but Enos will pass the note over to Konrad since he seems interested in it. But it's all like
Reads it and then hands it to anyone else who wants to read it.
yeah. But it's like
Very
it
good.
seems that the Mofa got back to us more quickly than I expected. Frankly, it's the Southwind, right? That we spoke to.
Yep.
the south wind moved more quickly than expected. And so, like,
It's almost like word travels on the winds.
The wind and waves.
and so, like I said, this whole ordeal with the Lorelei Rock and the Moor is it's on your lands. We did confirm that Leslok did give jurisdiction of Lorelei Rock to Konrad, right? We did that, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I remember that.
And so, like, I, for my part, would, like to do my part to return the relic to them, but what would you like to do, Konrad?
Well, they don't give a time or anything, so whenever we want to go down and do that, we can do that.
Well, it's not nice to leave people waiting.
I think sooner the better, but that's not much.
It is your choice, but
Or
unless
like,
that was an out-of-character comment.
Well, honestly, thinking about it, such a meeting probably would not take that long. Inos, seems to be pondering. We get the gong, ring it, send a message, have someone wait. We'll basically have a message asking for a meeting so we can discuss, ancient holdings and return a relic to them. Hopefully they get back to us pretty quickly, and we just hash it out? Question mark?
How long to get there, honestly?
I can't imagine, well, on our side, it probably wouldn't take too long. I guess the biggest complication is how long it would take on their side.
Yeah, you don't really
where we thinking?
know, but I mean, if... Actually, no, you guys know a little bit about Prima Aqua. They're not asking you to do a spell, but you guys understand, I think, enough about physics, but I won't make you guys roll separately, especially as Loth says that Loth appears to be getting sweepy. But basically the idea is, you get a big brass gong, you ring it. You ring it 3 times so they know that it's deliberate. That you can hear a lot farther underwater than you can, above water. So if they're like anywhere in that like water region around the seamount, they'll hear and they'll be like, "Oh, hey, was that somebody banging a gong exactly?"
Honestly,
And then, send somebody up. So it's gonna either you like. What's the phrase? You would throw a message back if you want to like leave a note for later, or you just wait for somebody to swim up, which may take them, some minutes, and just pop their head up and be like, "Hey, did you ring that gong?"
Yeah, I personally think that we can handle this one sooner rather than later. I think that we can go to the Stone Quay under the castle, ring the gong. We'll bring the relic, and we'll have a little talk. I think that's
Against it.
Sounds good to me.
I'm not going against it. Yeah, I was like, would that be like here or like somewhere else? Because I'm just like, that's the one thing that like fucking my mind.
Well, no, you would leave, but that doesn't matter. Don't think about it.
Okay.
You're not urgently going anywhere. You can pop down to Castle Sjorberg and back. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
The question is if you have any other what's the phrase? If you have any other business you want to talk about at the meeting, because like I said, I think you've got your soon to medium term things knocked out. We are indeed going to do Fogvale. Still do a crag trip.
Yeah, there's probably a short one.
Then do Ivory Isles, and then we'll see about the monster hunt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then, the doing the cover stuff of the Princely tour, because it is still supposed to be a grand tour. A couple of sites like I said, if you ever want to pop down to the Anvil, I did write some notes about that because we have not actually, been there before on screen. And you have your Mer notes to have a little Mer powwow and talked about them with some stuff, get some questions. And you now have I will warn you, that's not a thing we can do like tonight. I think with our time left, the going to Pitchstone Plains is like a little mini dungeon, like a little baby.
Little thing.
Open some doors, look at some stuff. I make no promises whether or not there are puzzles or fights.
I was about to say there's going to be a puzzle we get stuck on for about at least an hour.
I will say
Hopefully
that
not that
I was
long.
thinking about at least like the way the order of everything would probably be just from like how it's on geographically. It probably makes sense to go from Stoneharsh to the Anvil, then to Brinton, then to Tristan, then to the Tower, to the Shadow Pass.
They can work it if you want to
Yeah.
do that way.
Because it all
That order
do
makes
you
it
wanna-
sense.
do you wanna-
it becomes one arcing motion essentially.
Yes. And that is perfectly fine if we want to play a little logic
Who
for it. So does that
seems
mean
trash?
before accompanying for touring, you guys want to pop down and do the Myr thing?
I am for that. Yes.
I think
Yeah, I
so
think
too.
so.
Because
And I'll tell you, that'll mostly be role play, asking questions.
That's what I figured.
we could probably open next session on that.
I mean, no, I don't think we can do it right now. Like, unless
Okay.
I will say this, I don't think. No offense meant to Loth, but I don't think Logesh is particularly invested in the Myr plotline right now. Right?
No.
You do have their weird spear, their weird
I
bone
do.
spear. But yes, that's not a particular thing that he's super invested in.
Guys
So
want
you know,
to go do it without me while I go collapse.
Get some rest.
I mean, if you want to listen in, obviously you're free. You're welcome to listen in. But if you're fucking exploding, the rest of the gang can go do that. Yes, if everybody's okay with that. The other players are all right.
I think we should just try to get as much as we. I think we should get as much as we can done. Can do done.
So is that a yes?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. I'll see you all later. I'm gonna go die.
He's
Feel
exploding.
better.
Oh, he's yep.
Feel better.
Just gonna say goodnight, Loth. Okay. Sorry, agree with it all. Aren, Lucky, are you all right with that as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Then, like I said, I feel like I've asked this before and did not get a response, but we were trying to hash out some other stuff too. So there is no other small council meeting business you wanna slam a jam.
I do believe that is it on my end.
I can't think of anything. I think it's mostly just I gotta magic some things.
I would
you want some downtown
probably
magic
have
stuff.
to bring up the. It would probably more just be a logistical thing of bringing up the the Fogvale stuff, the medic people that we're going to be bringing in.
You're not bringing them in right then.
Good point. Never mind. My brain is also cooking.
Yes, the whatchamacallit, the Grand Company type stuff, like that's something you've got a little longer. Medics,
Okay.
engineers, etc.
Then no,
All right,
I don't
then.
have any business.
Then
Remember
we
to
do have a
say,
couple
but
of things in the session goals, so I will ask if you guys would, because it is all of you who are left also. Do you want to have a talk about dragon sorcery now, or do you guys think that could be done later on the road, and you want to talk to Myr now? What do we want to do?
Let's
we got
do
some stuff
the
out.
talk on Dragon Sorcery first, and if we have time, we can get cracking on the Myr.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just remembered I need to go do. Wait, I could make the relic for Soldiers of Shadows after the crack trip. Well, time.
Yeah, you've got plenty of.
I can make the trinket.
Yeah, I think that's days. You should have enough time.
It
Don't worry
should
about
be days.
So, with that, Inos is going to ask. Oh, let's see. How many people is that? That's going to be Inos, Alestra, Alelius.
I almost said he's going to ask, and I was going to be
It's
like to
6
assemble.
people- It's like 6 people, maybe Nicola.
Well, like I said, there's the people that he's going to ask, and then I'm guessing you guys will show up. So probably do we have like a library?
Oh, you have workshops, libraries, and stuff? Yeah,
Wait, no,
you
we
have.
don't have my old room. We do not have my old room. There's currently a fairy there.
She has
Never
probably
mind.
moved on. But no,
I think she went back to her home.
Yeah, Lady White's not there exactly like a couple of days later, but no, your old room would also probably not be big enough. But
the library then.
Stonehearth is full, yeah. You have a big library, you have shops and stuff, yes. So
Yes, but we'll ask, Alestra, Prince Alias, Menaeus, and Narissa to if they would not mind, joining me in the library. There's much to discuss, and I am assuming throughout this that, maybe Narissa to Leslok and Alestra to Nicola. You two can find out about that.
And if you tell me what the meeting's about, I'm definitely bringing Alestra.
You
Well,
idiot.
Lester's invited, so
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
other way around.
Yeah, no.
You don't have anything to contribute on Dragon's. Anyway,
Hey.
You have theories to offer, but
I also have theology.
the Konrad of disapproval.
I feel like this does get glossed over a lot. Nicola is very spiritual.
it's not glossed over. But being spiritual and being able to discuss points of theology is quite different.
They're not always directly related.
That's true.
But yeah, so Inos will have pulled have a table set out with like various scrolls and whatnot, and do we drink tea in the library? I don't know.
Yes.
If you wish.
Nicola says we drink tea in the library. Okay. So, we'll have like a tea set up, Emily's on standby, and it's all like, oh yes, everyone, thank you, please sit. There's much to discuss.
Yes.
Enos, snaps the book shut and stuff. It's like, I have all asked you here today, frankly, because, well, something, Enos looks at Alestra and is like, something quite strange has happened, to put it simply. Like I said, I do believe that we have seen a... Let's see, what's the way he'll put this? We have seen a part of sorcery that we have not seen before. Alestra, if you would be so kind, would you please explain what happened to you during the attack?
Yes, for the sake of brevity, because I've written this out already, I will not in character it. But yes, Alestra basically recaps to everybody that upon encountering the enemy sorcerer, seeing her sorcery, which you also through the interrogation is called Haruspex.
Yes, Haruspex.
That she basically felt, power well up deep inside, and she was able to achieve a temporary state, because she can't do it anymore, for clarification, where she was able to cast simple but attuned spells in dragon sorcery. And she specifically outlines, oh my God, I really should look up the name of the spells. I should put them on her list. It's Celerity, the Scales one, and the Claws one.
Yes.
And like I said, she was able to temporarily utilize their powers, and then when the moment passed, basically her trance ended, kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
She would probably use the word trance because that one, it's called dragon trance, but also it's a good way to describe it.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I need a GIF real quick. I need to see if I can find one.
Close my notes for a second because I don't think you guys are going to need company stuff. Ah, wait. I can, if you want to, I can list Aramita's. Because it's the middle of a month, I can list Aramita's new wave of projects later.
Yeah, we'll probably want that definitely at the end of the session. But Inos will continue. Yes. And so, since this has not been observed before in any records that I can find, I have asked I've asked you all here to discuss the matter and see if we can draw any conclusions from it. As we go on. And so, I think the first point here is that Alestra in her sorcery had a reaction to another type of sorcery. Inos is gonna, wheel out, a blackboard and start, scribbling furiously.
Oh, yeah. Get the big slate. Yeah.
Yeah, start scribbling furiously on it, it's she had a reaction to the serpent sorcery, the cult of the crownless king. And so, the first thing that this does implies that there is some sort of relationship between them. And if Alestra's reaction is to be is if we go by less reactions, and an antagonistic one. So we can then assume that these forces are in opposition. We then go on to what is common between the two sorceries, and we find we find the common denominator of blood. We were not able to get a lot out of the prisons we got, but we do know a little bit about the haruspecs and the sorcery they use, and it does seem to be something much like how dragon sorcery is. It has something to do with the sorcerer's blood. So we have basically a I'm trying to think the word like I'm trying to think of an antagonistic. So we have an antagonistic sorcery to dragon sorcery called, well, wait, what do we call it? Snake sorcery?
Serpent sorcery.
Serpent sorcery. Thank you.
Serpent sorcery.
Serpent.
I guess it wouldn't be antithetical. Yeah.
No, because
No,
Antagonistic,
antithetical
not necessarily
is
opposites.
no, because remember, Hydrus's equal and opposite is Dea Tacita. She is the darkness to his light, the death to life and all that stuff. When Hydrus does something, Dea Tacita will usually do something that is the equal and opposite reaction of it. But those two work in concert, in harmony. That is part of their cycle. As the sun falls, night rises, and as night falls, the sun rises. It is all part of the cycle. It is balanced. Enos points to serpent sorcery. This seems to be something that is directly opposed Hydrus. Like I said, the fact that they use a snake as their motif, I find interesting personally. Because if I understand what some of the tenants are saying, they are basically waiting for a time of rebirth. They're waiting for their time to come. I think this is most, appropriate to a snake because... Actually, how common are snakes? I just realized that. I don't know how...
Fairly common.
Okay.
They're less common in Norlon because it's cold, but you would still have a few species, but they're otherwise, completely... they hibernate in winter. You guys at least would have rat snakes. I'd have to double check if you'd have any venomous snakes naturally. But
a bigger deal
you'd have
in the south end of
constrictors. Oh, yeah.
Depends if we had a St. Patrick.
But...
that could be something that Saint Nania did. Is they cast all the snakes out of Norlon, but that's a question for a later time.
I have a cultural question for Omega. Do we have any touchstones for an Ouroboros or a Nidhogg or even a snake becoming a worm, becoming a dragon?
We have a Nidhogg.
Yes, you have a dragon buried at the roots of the world who's very mad. That's Corpse Eater Mythideer is basically doing that. Enos brought up, and I think that people would conclude, the snake is very apt because yes, you guys understand about snakes, shedding their skin kind of and also probably that thing about them hibernating in winter. So they go dormant, they come back, they shed their skin. Ancient peoples probably thought they were for this. There's probably no specific cultural idea of the Ouroboros other than that, a snake eating its own tail, it may just be a symbol. I mean, it may be a symbol of this very... They do have several, serpent sigils to use.
Question.
What were you going to ask? Nicola. Dallas Nicola.
This would be a biology question. Because they are real, and we have bones and remains of them, are dragons reptiles?
Well, technically, I would say probably not, because I don't think dragon can fit what would be a classical definition of a reptile. They are certainly not cold-blooded, probably.
Okay.
They're also
would be more
none of the kinds you've run into.
More avian.
What I was going to say was that Nerissa would probably, when you're talking about this, saying that, you said quite auspicious that they're waiting for. But I think she would also chime in and say, well, and also based on many records of it, the types and varieties of dragonkin were once incredibly diverse. There were basically, what's the word? A philia, a clade all to their own.
Hmm.
Obviously, true dragons, are head, arms, legs, wings, tail. There are wyverns, which are just wings, back legs, tail, head, etc. There were the smaller cavalry drakes. There were, and some say still are, wingless drakes in Lagartia and the deep deserts. And, well, it's been a very long time since I read those stories. I believe there was the discussion of the Lindworm from the Fog Veil. That was supposed to be a dragon that was either entirely serpentine or just had back legs.
I was
You should
wondering-
probably ask some of the people about that.
Enos will, write down, Lindworm and so like, thank you for that, princess. Because that is the interesting thing. The people of the snake cult worship what is known the crownless king, the king who is yet to come, and use a snake as their motif. They use a sort of corrupted dragon sorcery. They use a sort of corrupted dragon sorcery of some kind, and seem to be in direct opposite to Hydrus. This says to me that whoever this crownless king is must have some connection to Hydrus, whether it is maybe a dragon, maybe a serpentine. Ooh, excuse me, Jesus. Blech.
Not like you felt that in your chest.
He's drinking too much of the carbonated water, the soda water.
Man, it's like either it means like the crownless king might be a dragon of its own, maybe a more serpentine dragon like the Lindworm, maybe something else. Frankly, I do not necessarily have a lot of ideas here. I do not know, but it is certainly something. But the thing that bothers me most is that it is something without a name. Another thing that we realized from the from interrogating the cultists is that they have a practice of giving up their names or taking up new ones. If you follow most theological discussions, most practitioners of faith usually model their practices after what their own deities do. Like, for example, followers of Dea Tacita usually, wear a veil, keep secrets, and, keep the dark places. Stuff like that. So, hearing that the occultists change their name or give up their names makes me think that whoever the crownless king was must have done the same as well. Either they never had a name, which would frankly be very strange, or gave theirs up, or in something that also maybe had it taken from them, and they had to take on another. Frankly, I'm not entirely sure.
Prince Menace kind of folds his arms and says, "Yes, I have been cataloging several of the items of the White Wardens, which involved conflicts with the Witch Lords. That used to be the highest punishment afforded to summoners, to be ritually stripped of one's own name, which of course means you can no longer share your name to do summon sorcery. But,
Okay, who's the god?
Tempestus is the goddess of judgment, but..." He kind of pauses for a second. Go ahead, Nicola.
Would it? No, I'll wait for this. Never mind. Because I have a thought, but I'm trying to figure out where to interject this.
Mm-hmm. So,
on the other hand, Menace will continue after B. He says,
please.
on the other hand, I'm trying to be, as we would say, respectful to those who are long dead, but the original Witch Lords of the Mercade were not a very well-liked tribe. It is said that they utilized powers like the Thorn Manacle and other ways to control and subjugate animals and the other tribesmen of the Mare Cages, It was not until Beatrix Duvenin studied the ways and sought to overturn them that they began to reform, allegedly. Everyone has their own way of interpreting their legend. If the cult of the Crownless, as they are called, originates, or at least the ones we've met originate from the mare cages, it could be that this practice was a way of them to, how shall we say, keep out of the Witch Lord's ire? But it could also still be linked. If... I apologize. I am not an expert in summoncraft myself. I merely study the materials. Stripping someone's name is effectively a spell. You need another summoner or a group of them to do it. I believe they usually do things in circles of 3s, 3, 6, 9, etc. But from what I understand, learning summoncraft, you do not give yourself a name. You learn what your true name is, and that's how you can perform the art of names. But that is because, mythologically speaking, everything has a name. Or at the very least, that's what I remember from Souls Day School.
I think
The other royals are kind of nodding. Go ahead.
I think what disturbs me is that this being, whatever it may be, has enough power to not only generate a branch of sorcery, but one that is closely linked to the high throne. What's his epithet?
Hydrus.
I'm so bad at it.
Hydrus.
No, but I would
one
say
of the
his
things he's thinking about,
epithets.
the king in heaven, right?
Oh,
The king
yeah.
of heaven,
The
like
king
the
in
most
heaven,
senior
yeah.
most.
This is... I do not want to jump to conclusions, but if I think of a group of people whose names have been forgotten, to me it would lead to the... what are they called? The gods that lost? Are they just called the gods that lost?
The fallen thrones? The hidden thrones?
The Lost Thrones?
Maybe lost thrones. It's something to do with the thrones. I have a word for it somewhere.
I had a theory.
I know it's there. They know there's a word in there. I just forgot it.
Let me check.
Look, Nicola would definitely know this. I am just a tired boy.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to the thrones, we actually do have a fair idea of who sat upon them. We had the sun, Inos will, oh god.
You gonna build a diagram with,
I'm gonna build-
13 slots?
Yeah. We have the sun, the moon, which created, the darkness. They had children, and then, they had children. I'm not going to actually list out, all the names because I can't remember all the names. And so, we know most of them. Like I said, some have been forgotten to time, Enos will, point out the builder, the Sky Mother. Some were, actually lost, points to Chalone and stuff here. And we do still have a couple that we just actually do not know. Enos, scribble, the multi-armed gods, and then put, a big question mark on the Dea Tacita side for, the last one. And it's yeah. But from what I understand of the throne gods, each of the throne gods had a particular role, and were always part of the balance. I do not know if this crownless king is part of said balance.
Oh.
I guess
Then-
I agree with it.
It is just...
Go.
I understand. I just merely... The thought that another being could equal... Or not even equal, but... even formate their own sorcery is quite disturbing to me.
Well, you shouldn't have.
I think
You should-
Alias will...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Alias will feel this one, and he will be like, well, my friend, I think you are... Not incorrectly, but you are connecting the lines the wrong way, at least from what Master Inos is saying. His idea, based on what we've seen, which I concur with for the moment, is that it is not necessarily a completely separate sorcery, but rather through this crownless king, who or whatever it is, its followers have discovered a way to apply sorcery differently than we understand. I believe the best metaphor for this would be something similar to your own studyings of the ancient pyromancies. There are ways of sorcery that we do not recall because they were not practiced by the wider Crownish culture. This cult seems like one of those cultures. The question would be then, where did they get the knowledge of how to apply the sorcery of blood? Was it granted by a figure, a crownless king, a dragon, or a nascent god?
Something jealous of
A
Hydra.
follower, a messenger, whatever. Or was it discovered through study and self-experimentation?
Yes. Because, Nicola, remember, beings of great powers that are not, throne gods do exist. Like, we have made the acquaintance of one. And so, like, and, while the excuse me. And while the Fair Queen is, wise and beautiful and powerful, she may not be the only one of her caliber.
Oh God! Now I'm just thinking this is like one of Hydra's angry kids. You don't
Honestly,
pay enough
that's
attention to me, Dad.
I mean, I think I can think of so many pantheons that literally had the creator god and that had their son who basically became a destroyer and then basically like, I'm gonna do everything that you didn't want to do because I hate you. I'm just gonna take everything from you because I hate you.
It's like yes,
There is a lot of myth cycles.
It's like yes,
Yes,
we
go ahead.
understand the throne gods as in their roles as our creators, our protectors, and our destroyers, but that never speaks about other deities that may be out there. We find little legends about them here and there, and we have little myths about them, but we do not have a complete and utter understanding of them. My theory is that probably such a figure is what is known as the Crownless King, and it gave them the knowledge of serpent sorcery. It is probably something related to Hydrus, but not completely if the snake motif is to be.
Does dragon sorcery come from the blood of dragons, or is it more of like the spirit of dragons and like how that works?
I think it comes from the heart of dragons.
Well, if we're being specific, we don't fully know. This has been one of the investigations I have been doing with Alestra into the matter of dragon sorcery. It has been my personal theory that the act of consuming a dragon heart is, well, metaphorical. By taking part of the dragon, you take in some of the dragon's mana and basically, well, activate the system to put it out. So if I was to use whether blood or spirit, I would say blood. Like I said, and which is important because that is, the blood of Hydrus is what flows through dragon sorcerers.
But I was thinking if like this sorcery is
also-
circumventing being a dragon and using the blood of man.
Well, yeah, that's what actually Nerissa was about to speak up. And also, the blood of Hydrus flows through men, or at least that's what the Septuscript says. Humans were created from Hydrus's blood mixed with sacred clay.
Yes. So the act of eating a dragon heart takes, that and basically converts your blood.
Yes, all of the...
my brain
Nerissa
is
says,
an
all of the
evil thing.
texts about dragon slaying say that the heart is the core of the dragon. Obviously, most creatures cannot survive having their head cut off, but dragons are notoriously tough. True dragons did not yield, to any blows but one which would damage the heart. And thus, consuming the heart is supposed to be a... Metaphor is not necessarily the use, but it is ritualistic. It is a way by which the dragon slayer incorporates the slain and
Display of dominance.
presumably changes their. Well, I guess Narissa kind of like waves her hand, probably in the direction of either Inos or like where Alias and Menace are sitting, and kind of like, I've never been an expert in sorcery, but my understanding is that the academic understanding is that it does something with the aether of the body, the energy that flows between mind, body, soul.
Enos nods. I'm like, yes. But like I said, we are like back to our original point in the discussion. It does seem that maybe not always that needs to be the case. Enos looks at Alestra. Rather than using the blood of the dragon, I would say that Alestra probably did something that uses closer to the spirit of a dragon, soul of a dragon, even, which is strange.
I would say that I think Alestra would use this opportunity to she pulls the little twine cord because she's still wearing the cord, and she does actually bring up that like she used to wear a drake tooth necklace and it is gone now. Like she thinks she either accidentally or deliberately destroyed it in the act of doing
I have like
the
two
thing.
separate things. I have like two separate like 2 points. I'll wait.
Yeah, that plays up. Enos is going to ask, where did she get that drake tooth?
Oh, it was one of the several samples we picked up in the Shadow Pass.
Enos, ponders on that. It's all like, yes, there would be a lot.
Oh, God damn it.
I think I even mentioned her like looking
I'm
this
gonna have
up or
to
even
go along
picking
with
stuff
your
up.
crazy plan. I hate this. I hate this for the record.
Got his ass.
Yeah, it's all like, dragon, physical, spirit. Enos, nods to himself. It's all like, well, then I think we're just gonna have to go ask the dragon in the area.
Wait.
I'll stare at I almost said I'll stare at Nicola. I
Look at
will
Nicola.
stare at
I'm looking at
Enos.
him, and he's
He
looking at
looks
me.
What if dragon sorcery is you just need to have literally because dragons are born of a calamity, and as per then I guess like the Fae, technically beings of a higher. I think that's what I would say. I guess say higher existence and metaphorically higher existence than man and some kindred.
Well, no, the fairies are kindred. It's
Yeah, I
just
think
that
you
they are
overestimate-
more. They seem more supernatural than humans because they usually live on the other side where things are weirder, says Aurelia.
Yeah. No, yeah.
This allows them to be a little, I guess, less rigid than we are.
Fair. I guess I was trying to, in my mind, compare the magics the Fae can do to, I guess, the serpent sorcery of being like something directly dilled from not directly one of the gods or the calamities, but
My lord, you can do the magics most fairies can do.
He's thinking about that.
I mean, again, that's why I'm going from there of being like, why have dragon sorcery, you know, heart, and technically, weave, you have to supposedly you only have to give a part of yourself up or become more like a fae, which means in my mind it's like, serpent sorcery is basically how you circumvent having to become like a dragon to do it.
I'm not sure about that.
I'm so tempted to turn into a bird in the middle of this meeting, but it will not be helpful.
I mean, you wouldn't.
You have fae blood; it's different.
You wouldn't turn full bird even if you went war form.
But
no, I know.
You would be more bird-like.
It's like,
technically, Leslok knows the secret technique to turn into a bird, but he has to get the double secret attunement to start wild shifting.
Hey, I want to find a different method because I don't feel like going Odin yet. I don't want to go Odin yet.
Yeah, you don't feel like sacrificing one of your eyeballs, and you don't feel like getting stone-ass drunk every time.
No, but
But Sylvanas is a weird dude. Yes,
but,
go ahead.
Inos says, I don't think that's necessarily the case. As we've known, as we are now learning, there are various levels to sorcery, but ultimately they are still part of that sorcery. So I do not necessarily think that it is such so different. The Fae do use...
I think.
Hmm.
No, good.
Oh no, please go.
Yeah, I think as one of our more logical teammates, I think Alias will kind of like steer this conversational, and he's been considering. He's like, well, I think the fundamental issue we have here that we need to gather more information on. Yes, he like looks at Menace as Menace looks. Yes, and that's information I have to gather, unless of course you wish to speak to the Lady Magister about this, brother. And he's like, no, I'm the Minister of Antiquities. That's not my problem. Anyway,
You were invited,
Alias
though.
continues. The issue or the question we're fundamentally asking is, this serpent sorcerer, the Haruspex, was she attuned? Is there a form of attunement that exists to the serpent sorcery? It seems likely, based on what we know, as evidenced by the discussion that we've had with the hidden techniques of the Fae and of pyromancy, gestures to Leslok and Nicola. Sorry, excuse me. That was me burping out of character. But it may also be that some of the abilities she showed are not attuned. They are simply new ways that modern dragon sorcerers don't know how to apply, because we think of dragon sorcery, the lower, the unattuned form, as miracle working, perform the great deeds that are associated with Hydras. Inos listed them earlier. Light, life. Sometimes that light takes the form of fire, but usually it is directly related to the ability to command the heavens, to bring light, to heal. Hydrus, though, is the throne of blood and did create the dragons. It may be possible that the serpent sorcerers simply know how to do some of these things as an application that we do not understand, because, quite frankly, the methods we have described for this religious sect run contrapposto to the way the Covenant suggests. We no longer openly practice blood sacrifice and self-bloodletting. It is, not required to spill your sacred blood. Indeed, some religious orders forbid spilling of blood in any form. So it may simply be that we forgot these tricks. If there is an attunement which allows access to higher mysteries, that is a question of where those mysteries come from. The higher mysteries of Veilcraft to weave with the Fae are related to manipulating the veil itself, I would assume. Or perhaps manipulating if you'll allow me try to turn a phrase, your lordship, he gestures, to manipulate the veil of one's self. He, taps the chest. This is merely a metaphor, but we are made of the tripart whole. Mind, soul, body. Your body physically contains your soul and your mind. What metaphysically does that? You might say that we each possess our own sort of border, the separation between our soul and someone else's, just like, he reaches up and, slaps the table, right? Just like how there's a physical boundary of where my body is that touches this table. Fairies, the Fae, live on the other side, where things are not bound by the rules of Mundus. Another thing Master Inos said earlier, the rules we exist on were established by the gods in the thrones. Hydrus set the sun in motion. We associate the mystic moon with the phases of the moon. Oceanus controls the tides, Tempestus controls the rains, and so on and so on. The seasons move from summer to winter, etc. These things are not as firmly established on the other side. So the fairies are able to exist in a space where their rules are similarly less bound. In our physical world of Mundi, a man cannot become a bird or a bear. At least not without magic. But a fairy could decide that they are a bird or a bear and change. Now, applying that to serpent sorcery, it could be that the serpent sorcerers learned a different set of rules, and that lets them apply their knowledge in new ways. We are discussing, he gestures to Illustra now, we are discussing the idea that we might also be discovering through, what would be the phrase, convergent knowledge, that there may be even further ways to apply the gift of dragon sorcery in a way that's not understood yet. So we cannot conclude that the serpent sorcerers, did not also, how should we say this, arrive at a different, thing.
Inos nods. Prince Meneus, like in your time in the is it the, I know it's the Moonlight Palace.
Palai Clairlune, yeah.
Palai
Clairlune.
Clairlune. Have you come across, and do you recall coming across any notice of, the serpent sorcery or anything of what like Alestra experienced?
He kind of ponders for a second, touches his chin, and he says, well, I can answer the second one faster, and that is in the negative. No. There is some description in the very ancient text that some of the tribes and clans who used to make war and also ally with the dragon slayers were dragon worshippers. The region around Crown was once much denser with dragonkin. Some of them, turned to devotion in order to move them. And some said that, Lady Etanin was a priestess or even a dragon herself, worshipped as a minor goddess. But no idea of a sort of trance or dragon-like state was recorded. The closest I can say is that there were once ancestors of our house that were able to come to an understanding with intelligent but smaller dragonkin. He actually gestures towards Narissa, and that is the dragon dancers who used to be dragon riders. But technically, I think the first instance of that occurring was with High King Wyn, who could convince dragons to follow his commands. Now, as for the serpent cult, there are probably fragmentary knowledges. Could have been another way to say crownless king. I would have to double check my translation. But, as my dear brother did say, I believe that there are ancient references to certain cult rites of Hydrus which are no longer followed. Now, are they attributed to Hydrus because that is what people thought, or were they, hiding their devotion to something else? I do not believe that the zealots we encountered, or the zealots you encountered this past evening said it this way, but I believe I recall that there are some more even palatable version of this serpent cult knowledge who insist that it is not a crownless king, but it is a king who is to come, a new form that Hydrus will take in a new world. I do not know how actually popular that is. Again, that seems like that could just be a way that they conceal their faith from prying eyes to make it more palatable to the normal Crownish. But it is said that ancestors of the Crownish used to perform acts such as blood sacrifice. Sometimes in the ancient past, people, today I believe the most common would be examples of a chicken or a cow. Some rituals or cults call for bloodletting as a form of self-purification or penance, self-flagellation. Runs through a lot of the ideas of like the rites that the snake cult have described. These rites exist, but there was no formal record of a organized religion around them. They were simply, I believe you've heard the term before, paganus. They were backcountry beliefs. He kind of rubs his chin and says, it's kind of funny that we adopted that word. That's originally an imperial word. They described all of our religions as backcountry and uncivilized, next to their refined worship of the builder, a master of time, motion, logic, constructing things. That was just a fun fact. He doesn't have anything further.
Something it almost seems like similar. How do I phrase this? This is actually
the question of the evening.
Because this is a thought. You say this is primarily worshipped in Paganus, as in like small disorganized religion, and we see the syndicate is interested in subsuming small disorganized criminal elements. Could not, in a similar way, this group be subsuming these disparate elements of Paganus worship into itself in order to cause them to turn them into a weapon, essentially?
I don't know. Inos, ponders on this. It's all like, I don't know if weapon would be the right term, but maybe to further some goal?
I think Alias speaks up and he says, I think the metaphor that jumps to my mind is, well, it's kind of the reverse of a river, but when you have a flood, that's usually many tributaries come together to form one large one. I do not know if they are gathered together by circumstance or by choice, if there is, as Nicola ponders, a force moving them together. But Inos has described, and I accept, that it seems like the broader idea of these snake cults is spread out. They exist in remote corners of Troikaron, the very distant remote parts of the mare cages, swampy, hard to traverse, isolated. Perhaps the most distant peaks of the Medius Mountains, which are not quite as, but are nearly as tall as the Dragon Spikes. Nahal is not as remote, but they do have river deltas and areas where the cultures are not uniformly digested by Akunar and Tempest. There could be humans who practice this worship out in the deep aspects of the Golden Desert. I believe it is not only snake handling, but also poisonous scorpions, which are only native to Celticy. They may display their, immunity towards. The question seems to be that there does not appear to be any open relation of them in Norlon. Is that because it is too cold? As we say, the snake hibernates in winter, or is it simply a matter of there are no remote places we know of in Norlon that would have this problem? The remotest place excuse me, that was me burping again. The remotest place I know of in Norlon is the Fog Veil, but that has been completely isolated by geographic barriers. It is not difficult to traverse to. It was borderline impossible until recently, until active efforts were made.
Or, and this is a disturbing thought, were there elements here that were found by the late Marquess, and that is what brought him into conflict with this group?
Inos, rubs his chin at that. It's all like, that does remind me. When the attack happened several years ago, the attackers did try to take one of Leofric's journals. I think he only succeeded in taking a few pages, the latest ones.
Latest.
Yes, Alias nods along with that, and he says, and I believe I recall that at that dinner that night, Lord Leofric stepped out briefly to speak to someone. Presumably, whatever information he got there was the critical fact that he wrote down they were seizing. Unfortunately, neither the marshals nor the inquiring of the king's couriers have ever been able to identify exactly what it was.
No, I think Nicola does have a point. I believe the late Marquess found out something about them which made him a target. And because we're not letting it go, that has made us a target.
Question is, did the previous Marquess find it globally in his capacity as the Lord Marshal, or did it begin at home? Or perhaps it is, as Nicola's other theory suggested, maybe the Marquess found one of the small tributaries to the big one. There is no guarantee that these backcountry beliefs are the same everywhere. I believe, well, based on what I've seen of some of the artifacts you've recovered, I believe you may have found some of your own Paganus beliefs in the depths of the Corbwood.
Yes, I was actually about to bring out Namath and Nimloth. We can't strictly say that we have rooted out all backwater beliefs here, because we just might not know they exist.
Most of the crewmen are gone, or their
So
stuff still remains.
backwater beliefs in themselves are not necessarily harmful. My worry is this group seems to want to turn these beliefs violent.
Well, one of the parts of the group does.
That's true.
As Inos says, I don't know if weapon is the right word, but...
Adjutant, maybe?
Well,
There is always
how shall I say this?
There is always strength and safety in numbers. They could just be seeking to grow their own numbers and faith as a means to protect themselves. And some people may just be taking that to, well, extremes.
The other thing I was going to say is that the gathering itself may not be a weapon, but sorcery is, well, it is a tool. But when you use a tool to hurt other people, to defend yourself or defeat your enemies, it is a weapon. So it could be that someone has discovered after these long years their own mysterious path to sorcery and only recently weaponize it. This may be why we are only learning now. The question is, did someone discover lost knowledge? Or, again, as I said, did we discover a new route through study? Alias, kind of like rubs his chin again and says, as much as this meeting is productive, I do not think we will find a conclusion to that one immediate.
No. And so, but I do have an avenue that I would like to pursue. It's just cannot be done here. Upon our visit to the Fogvale, I would like for all of us to go to the Shadow Pass. I've explained this before, but I have discovered several skeletons of Drake, and as well as the skeleton of what I can only assume to be a true dragon. I, in my capacity as a soul crafter, will attempt to call the spirit of that dragon forth and converse with it.
I think it would be perfect for. So Menace actually kind of like puts his fingers together and kind of leans forward and says, "Ah, you mean to conduct a séance of sorts?"
Mm-hmm.
I have heard of these ways, but yes, you are speaking, of course, of how shall we say, contacting the spirit beyond the gates, not arising its ancient bones from the ground. No. I think Narissa actually kind of like scoffs a little at that.
No,
that's our. I don't say this aloud. That's our Marquis goal.
Yes.
What?
I don't know if Leslok actually wants a Draco Lich. That sounds
Nobody
annoying.
keeps telling me he wants an undead army.
Every undead army needs a Draco Lich, clearly. But
You know what? You know, no, never mind. I'm just gonna be like, fuck it. I just never buy. I just can never buy that spell. I'm just never doing it now.
you can buy that
I'm just-
spell.
We've cracked about it one too many times. We're just
Yeah.
here now. Anyway,
But
please continue.
he's like, yes. What if we can contact the dragon through beyond the gate? We may be able to ask it questions on, well, several things. The biggest concern will be time. Thanks to some of my own studies, I should be able to hold the spell for, at best, tens of minutes. At best. So we will have to be, well, polite and courteous, for one. The spell does not force the dragon to answer truthfully, so we will need to hope it is in a answering mood, and try not to dilly about with it. That is to say, even if the dragon answers. But with Alestra and looks around the room, you all, I think there's a fair chance.
Every day I feel like it's kind of like, nodding solemnly.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that I agree with you.
But
I think like out of the crew, it's like Narissa who like puts a hand on like Nicola's shoulder and says, Dr. Nicola, you're the kind of person who always tells everyone that their schemes are too cockamamie, but goes along anyway, aren't you?
Yes.
Just pats you
You've
on the shoulder.
adjusted so
Don't worry
well.
about it.
well, unfortunately, this is even though this scheme is cockamamie, it's the only one we have. Oh, but that does remind me. With the Shadow Pass being worked on, the Drake Bone will have to be removed, and so will the True Dragon skeleton. I have, for one, no intention on what's the word?
Disturbing?
No. We gotta disturb them. We're making a tunnel through here.
Desecrating.
Yeah, I do not wish to desecrate the remains, but we will have to remove the Drake bones and the true dragon skeleton. I would like to sorry. I know what I'm trying to say here. It's all like, while I can only cast the spell once a month, I can still cast the spell constantly and can continue to converse with the true dragon if they are willing to speak with us. So I would like to have the dragon skeleton moved to someplace proper, enshrine it, relics. Unfortunately, I do not know exactly what one does with a dragon skeleton.
It's a perfect opportunity for Narissa to come in. She,
Yes.
raises a finger and says, well, since we discussed the matter of the dragon bone in some previous correspondence, I have done as I said I would and researched it thoroughly. I asked around Weirwind Keep about it. And the order who were responsible for the... Actually, would it be Sanctify? We'll say Sanctify. The sanctification and occasionally the relocation and maintenance of sacred dragon remains is the Order of Ellen. They were associated with Saint Helena and some others. The primary purpose was to place the physical remains of true dragons and other large dragonkin that are respectfully found into tombs, burial mounds, or cairns after a successful dragon hunt. Normally, the act of hunting a dragon, the hunter and their companions only take what they need for materials. Drake's tooth for amulets, bones and scales for armor, maybe, teeth, claws for blades, etc. The whole of the dragon is not mined down to their marrow, shall we say. Smaller kin, like lesser drakes and... Well, you had a lot of NPCs, and you guys did a lot of theory crafting. You did a lot of idea bound.
No, it was a good
I'm just
discussion.
glad that Aren is happy to just sit back and listen. Conrad's not in this. But you can tell him later, and he can theory craft himself. But sorry, I interrupted myself with that. Yes, she would say, you don't strip lesser dragonkin might be mined because their bones are, well, just as good for weapons apart from scale. Now, the main problem is that in the last 300 years or so, there have been no dragon hunts at all, or at least no official, proper, formal ones. So the order is very small. They're just a handful of scribes and cartographers who catalog old burials. But, assuming that the Church of the Seven continues to be as meticulous in their record-keeping as always, you do need young scribes and monks to do something, they should at least have all the records for the proper procedures. So the main thing would be that we would want to entomb the remains of the true dragon, and hopefully at least they can give their name and some history. For example, were they hunted, and so on. And then, well, entomb it somewhere. I would originally have thought that perhaps in that area, due to the high density, we might build a singular shrine inside the pass. That would certainly drive, what would be the phrase, pilgrims through it. But I understand that if that's not the sort of traffic the Viceroy, she nods over to Leslok, desires, you could build a functional shrine here in Stonehearth, perhaps in some of your other holdings.
Enos will,
Not my house.
Stonehearth Tombs in mountains could be... Oh, what's that? She pulls up a map. What's that castle up that way?
Enos will
Vatnir?
Enos will turn to Leslok. Well, Marquess, this is a decision you can make. We could, like I said, we need. Enos will put us. We need to enshrine the true dragon before for the excavation. We cannot just leave it there. But where the location of the shrine is probably something that we can leave up that Leslok can decide if he wants. As Narissa said,
I mean, you never know. You might find out that this dragon ate somebody's ancestor and is really happy about it. So you might be like, "All right, dragon, fuck you. I entomb you in the sea." But
yeah,
you don't know if there's a blood feud with this dragon.
We don't know yet.
If there's not a blood feud with this dragon, you probably should be respectful because they're terrible and powerful creatures.
Yes.
Yeah. No, if this turns out to be like Nidhogg, then we can just say fuck this guy.
I mean, I think we were ever gonna. I mean, like. If it's really fucked, we're just probably gonna use the bones for other things, but that's a total other discussion.
I mean, like Narissa said, they don't usually strip mine dragons to remind people actually, because it's been a while since I talked about this lore, but you did research, so you guys already know this. The Dragon Slayer tribes had a very ritual hunting proper dragons. It was usually done by yourself or with one or two, sworn boon companions kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. Like just you and your tightest buds, and you would, go out knight errant style and track the dragon down and deal with it. And so you take trophies because dragon bone and dragon scales and stuff are very valuable, but you would only take enough to equip basically yourself and your pals. You didn't drag the whole carcass back to the tribe and be like, all right, everybody gets a tooth. That's where the mass hunting of weaker dragonkin wyvern and stuff come in. That's when people were like, wait a minute. These guys are basically vermin's not quite the right word because I think a lot of people think of them as small, but wyverns are basically a pest species, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
They're poisonous, they bite us, etc.
Right.
We're gonna kill them, and then we'll use their carcasses.
Dragons are a separate class, a monstrum, right? I always forget if they are.
No, dragons are monstrum, but they are a true dragon is the highest tier. They're a divine beast. Wyverns are degraded to demonic beast. But yeah, there are multiple classes of dragons, said.
They are monstrum in the way that they are also a calamity, but I believe the calamity of dragons was separate. Wasn't it?
The calamity of dragons was Hydrus. You also encountered the calamity of beasts was Sylvanas. The calamity of devils was Deatacida.
Yeah.
And whether or not other calamities might manifest as monstrum, something that you guys haven't really... There's several of them to keep a score on.
Yeah, it's like
Actually, I would say... Go ahead, finish your thought, because I was going to do a separate...
I will say about the thing you guys want to make a decision on. Like, I didn't hear part of that conversation because I think I spaced a little bit by accident. So like
No, that's fine.
I didn't know what we were like, what the decision was of at the time. So I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
I was like,
okay.
It's okay. We're getting late. But if we should preface this with an if the dragon is found to be neutral or friendly, yellow or green, we'll probably want to properly and respectfully enshrine its remains somewhere in an area that, is cool, that maybe pilgrims can get to, and that Inos can, pop by once a month to ask the dragon questions. That's very important. Narissa said that we could make a shrine in the Shadow Pass so we don't have to move the bones too far. And, be close to its original resting place. But like I said, we can't leave it exactly where it is because that's where we're building the tunnel through.
You're going to excavate, yeah.
Yeah. We could also set something up in Stonehearth, our big major city. Set up like, a nice little shrine, entomb the relics, and, people can get there. Or maybe, a surrounding town or castle. It doesn't necessarily have to be. I personally I will say, like, because I offer my opinion. I personally do not care. As long as the remains are enshrined and accessible, they can go anywhere.
I'm against Stonehearth. That's the only thing I have.
He's too scared that the dragon ghost is gonna get up and eat him. He's worried about his property values, man.
That is not true.
I know. I'm joshing you.
I'm afraid I might accidentally try and reanimate the dragon.
honestly, I don't really have a.
dragon
I also don't have a preference either myself.
Then
Because
So I guess we'll
see what the
talk to the
dragon's like,
dragon and
we
see what we
talk to
feel
it.
like. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We will not make any immediate plans.
Well,
which
you
is
know
fair.
they give an option.
Yes.
And what I was going to say is, I think at this point, discussing moving the dragon remains, Narissa would talk about. She would say she actually has some ideas about the general thing with all the dragon bone. Obviously, you're going to be excavating and moving a lot of it.
Yeah.
Eyeballing it, if you piled up all the dragon bone from the wyverns and mountain drakes, you might get, the equivalent of like 1 or 2 points of treasure on its own.
Damn.
But you'd have to find a buyer for that much dragon bone. We are talking about tons of the stuff because remember, dragon bone is heavy.
Yeah, and the dragon bone is not
Super
really an
dense.
in-demand material, unfortunately.
Yes. Now, what Narissa suggests is, trading in pre-existing dragon bone artifacts is very restricted. There are countless artisans who would love small samples to craft with, but nobody would be out to buy the entire supply. So her opinion is that you shouldn't try and offload it all at once.
Mhm.
You need a steady investment. She should take some of the samples like direct from the rocks. Like she should go out with you to the Shadow Pass and get fresh samples, completely fresh.
Then she
Take them with her to Crown. Yeah, she brought her Master Scrivener, so he
Yeah.
can come to gather the materials. Bonesmith Baines. But then basically she can go back to Crown, where the art of, working with Dragonbone is originates from, and mention that there's a new source in a remote area, probably 6 to 12 months from hitting the market, to drum up interest, prime workers to be ready to start working on Dragonbone pieces, and maybe start a waiting list. She says that you should probably like slowly gather it and dole out maybe half of it in like sales straight up, and then keep the rest. One, because you should consider giving some of it as gifts or as a form of payment, commissions back to the Veilman, because it is on their border, and a way to foster trade and goodwill. And just Dragonbone is incredibly valuable, so they will find the value in these practical items. The other would be to keep a supply for the Viceroy and your planned Grand Company as a form of basically a payment. Give rewards and commissions to like officers and those who help finish projects, because that would be an incentive. If you give them fresh Dragonbone, that means that people they don't necessarily have to compete to steal historical artifacts.
True enough.
Small objects obviously can be considered, donating as or used as small religious offering charms all over the place. Kind of a thing. Narissa, though, what I was going to say, because I mentioned wyvern, she is going to mention that since Inos reported there are wyverns there, that is a thing you're going to have to be careful about, both for, what is it calling it? Working and for trade. she reminds you all, if you didn't know, wyvern tails are a poisonous sting. Because they are calamitous, the venom never leaves them.
Oh,
Yes,
Now-
it's very bad too.
When they're dead, they can't regenerate the poison, right? They no longer are living to generate more. But whatever poison is stored in the tail is in there forever. And selling wyvern sting is an illegal act. It is contraband. So, like, you guys are going to have unknown volumes of it lying around. So that is, one, a hazard to the excavation team, and two, is like, will be a concern about your selling of things.
Omega, what's the roll to poison a weapon? Do you have to roll on that?
I don't think you have to roll anything to poison it. You just do it. There is expert poisoner or expert drugs and poison if you're interested in that sort of thing. But
I think that's more like
that's probably what you would roll to gather the poison from the barbs safely. Because I think it is. I'd have to double check the entry on wyvern sting, but I think it is touch.
Ooh.
Like cut or touch it, you get it on your skin, you can get poisoned. Wyvern sting is not usually lethal. It is very nasty and painful, though. I think the minor effect is -1 body for a day, and the major effect is 1 shock damage in every location.
Ooh.
So, like, very rarely do you die from wyvern sting, but if you get stung by a wyvern, you usually shit, so they kill you and eat you.
Yeah, it's a hunting
So-
poison.
Yeah, if
Like-
now again, I was gonna say, Nerissa's not such a paragon of moral virtue that she's gonna be like, no, you couldn't use the wyvern sting for. She's gonna tell, definitely cannot, legally speaking, trade the wyvern sting to anybody. It is a hazard that you are gonna want to be careful of.
No,
What
let's
you do with it once you've safely gathered it, it's like, on you.
I mean, I would love to have just a.
But that cannot be sold.
Yeah, it's oh god, I can't remember the classification of drug that it is, but there are some drugs that it is legal to own and have, but illegal to sell.
Yeah. It's kind of like the discussion that she's mentioned about historical dragonbone artifacts. Like, it is against the law to buy and sell dragonbone relics, but that doesn't mean that you can't acquire them through other means. It's very similar. You can't move it or schmove it, but it is still like, I mean, it's one of those things. Like I said, it never goes bad, so you have to do something with it. What are you going to do? Dump it in the ocean?
I think the Murray would be upset with
Don't
us.
actually do that. That sounds like a bad idea. You're gonna. I think some fish don't have a lot of boxes of shock damage to take. But yes, no. Wyvern sting. Bullets, knives. The actual barbs, with or without poison, used to be made into spearheads. Giant arrowheads.
Mm.
Actually, I think I discussed some of this before with you, because you guys actually have a skeletonized wyvern stinger already. It was with the dragon thing in the Corbwood.
Ah, yeah, that's right.
That guy was, wicker and canvas, but had actual dragon's teeth stuck in its jaw, and its stinger was an actual wyvern. It had a fossilized dragon heart in its chest.
Yeah, I still don't know what we're gonna do about that.
I prefer to ignore that. I say we ignore it.
Honestly,
not think
I
about it
think
too
you
much.
should crush it, and you should all
Wait.
snort it and go on a vision quest.
I think we could use the dragon heart as a catalyst for doing the whole dragon soul ritual.
No,
Okay.
this is
You might be able to meditate on it, but it's a little banged up.
It's a fossilized dragon heart that was used to power a machine of hate and violence.
Yeah, the Inos has not tried to contact, because I don't even know if it's necessarily a true dragon's heart, or it might be a lower generation. But you can be pretty sure that whatever dragon owned that heart was upset enough that it could have been used as a ancient defense mechanism, an area denial weapon for God knows how many hundreds of years in the Corbwood. I did also, in the narrative of Aurelia's adventures and what Naneth Nimlock communicated to you and what's on their scrolls. Apparently fairies did that, by the way. If you ever want to ask them, hey, what the fuck was that?
We probably should have asked
Why?
that before they left, but I didn't think about that because I forgot. But
Yeah.
on the subject of the fossilized dragon heart, Enos will bring it up to the royals and ask if they have any insight of what should be done with such a thing.
think they kind of like look at each other, and then like Nurisa ultimately probably speaks and says, "Well, usually on a successful hunt, dragon hearts were consumed, but not always. There are some fossilized remains. Normally, they would be enshrined with the rest of their remains, but if you don't have the dragon that it came with, to use a crude turn of phrase, it would probably be best to respectfully, place it away somewhere. I mean, obviously, while I am still the Lady of Weirwind Keep, we could take it to the great reliquary below the keep and store it there with all the many handfuls of bones of our cavalry drakes and the armor and armaments of the dragon dancers. You could display it in your new museum. It would be certainly a curiosity, but I don't know if there's much to be gained from just observing a fossilized and damaged, it sounds like, heart.
Yeah. Yes. Could I try throw open the gates on a dragon heart? Would that meet the requirements?
You could try it. I can speedball that question, so
Please.
we don't have to go into it. I do not necessarily think exactly which dragon is tied to that, but I do not think it is probably a dragon who would be like intelligent and talky. Whatever was going on with the dragon thing would probably just be like its spirit, if it had one, would just be mostly yelling, roaring.
Angie.
Bad.
Yes.
Okay. Then there's probably not much to study there because I am not going to. Actually, I am I am half tempted to snort it and go on a vision quest. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, if you're gonna do that, I'm coming with you. You can't do that on your own.
I mean, I will say this: you could take Dreamwalker, have Enos go on the vision quest, and then just be like, "Yo, man, I'm in your dream. Technically here."
It's great. That's actually great. That's a great idea. Actually, thank you.
Listen,
Like-
the dream spells in Veilcraft are weird, but they
I love-
definitely
It's
could
one of
do
those
stuff.
things of all like I know it's a bad idea, but then
But
I
it's
turn on the opposite lightsaber. But
But
It'd be hella funny.
I'll be here to make sure you're okay. And then
Like-
Nicola will be in the room.
I
like we're not gonna try. We're
not
not
that
trying
you guys
to.
want to do that anytime, but I will say that did just give me a great idea of two spells that work together. Enos could do the sword nap spell. I forget the name off the top of my head because it's been a while. But you could do the spell where you have to conk out for hours, and then Leslok could dream walk into your dream vision, so you could see the vision at the same time. If you if you ever needed to like go on a duo quest, you could do that. I don't remember if he can take other people with him when he dream walks.
I mean, that'd be a good way to do.
I think Dream Speaker is 1-to-1,
No,
but definitely like there's some weird shit.
like
Anyway, yes. In a general non-specific sense, a fossilized dragon heart do exist. It could be kind of a focus for some sort of like ritual magic. It could be a meditative focus to just, ponder the orb. It's not actually an orb because it's kind of like geodesic, but it's a big thing.
Ponder the heart.
Or like I said, I won't say Narissa's like creeped out about it, but she's definitely like doesn't really know what to do with that one because she doesn't have a lot of loose fossilized dragon heart. Like, well, you should probably box it up somewhere. I mean, you could just ultimately, if you don't want to ever fuck with it again, you could put it in the vaults below the Silver Tower.
true.
They got some weird shit in there. They have a sea serpent down there,
Yeah.
Alright. But yeah, that is what technically I wrote those notes to talk in the Shadow Pass about Dragonbone, but you had end up having a pre-meeting to the meeting, so that makes that part a lot simpler.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, so we'll do merch stuff, and we'll definitely do. Well, I hope you guys will do Pitchstone Plains next time.
I'm hoping to.
Yeah, but I think that is everything for the dragon meeting. We have made the plans. We're gonna go wake the dragon. It's gonna be great.
I have to go.
Yes. So.
All right. Well, I think real quick, since we're already down some people, if Konrad still wants to do some planning about some guild contract, we can do that now at end of session, or we can pack it into early next session. Since it seems like there'll be some downtime either way.
Right. Yeah, fuck it. I guess I'll buy Dreamwalk.
I'll wait to do that probably after the Myrrh and the Pitch Stone Plains.
Okay.
Since I
It's true, you might
wouldn't
make a
have,
little money.
also just wouldn't have necessarily time right afterwards to do
That's fair.
anything if we then go out and do stuff. So do that.
It's true, it does take you a few hours to do some working.
Mega, I
Hopefully
appreciate
Konrad
you.
doesn't go buy anything immediately.
Remember this. I appreciate for the quest the Fairy Queen gave me. I don't have to worry about buying Tear the Veil to get to walk to her on the other side.
Yeah. No. I think I literally thought of that comment like, was it when we did the podcast or was it a couple days ago? Some point of conversation like the past week where I was like, oh yeah, you guys are thinking about this stuff again. I should let the Fairy Queen be spooky up on you. Because, I think that is a thing you guys are actively considering, is what she said, is, wondering about the way that, gods become not gods and not gods become gods. When you're ready for that knowledge.
I should have brought it up, but I forgot about it until right now.
I don't think it was directly related to this conversation. I did give you a couple of beats where it could have come up, but it might come up later because I don't know how. I think this is actually, it might be, I don't know how much is on Leslok versus how much is on Axe, but it might be a moment where, I think there are definitely points where Leslok gets, new information and he doesn't know what to do with it right away, so he's just like, I will jot that down, and when I remember it later, I'll do something about it. Yeah, we don't have to discuss her think tank exactly. Do you guys want me to go through saying all of Arameda's currently available projects on mic, or do you want me to just throw the text at you in the text?
Give them on mic so that the listeners will know.
Okay. All right. So to recap, because Arameda was at the small council meeting and could bring this up. So the primary project you know about, and I will repaste my notes, is you are currently 1 of 5 on the self-propelled cart.
Okay.
You are also were previously aware of her underwater apparatus, which is at 0 of 3. But either through the additional work that she has caught up or other stuff going on, we have a couple of other factors. First of all, I will let you know how it works, but you will need to do one more to do it. Since you've unlocked the parachute, if you complete the underwater apparatus, you know that you can develop the wingsuit, which is definitely the flying men guys from Warhammer Fantasy that Aren's posted. Venetian.
I think those dudes
What are they?
killed,
The Birdman of
Lord
Khazdrazo or something. But yeah, canvas wings. Light wood frame.
We could sell them to
would allow you to glide distances better controlled and reduce all falling damage, or could even avoid damage with an expert flying roll. You have to do the apparatus because she basically needs to develop the flight suit to anchor it to. But once you do that, that is a 5-step. I think actually you may have already. But I will recap them.
I wasn't thinking about doing this over car until we're actually getting into
Axe, I need you
renovating.
to let Omega finish the fucking list before you start making comments, because otherwise you're going to distract him and this is going to take longer.
Sorry.
I think I may have talked to you about the giant crossbow, the scorpion, and then her triple-barreled cannon.
I think so.
Those are both 3. I don't remember if I actually. Yeah, I think I gave you the description for the hydraulic press. That's 5. I can tell you what the next step after that is. It's a very simple step. Would be the thermometer.
Oh.
But the further down that line is crane and bridge and other hydraulic and pressure related stuff. Sorry, I have this in a table with the notes. It's figuring out what to say. Because you completed the mechanical knight, we've also unlocked the mechanical limb. This is a 6-point one, but basically combined with all the notes Nicola made about making himself an artificial hand and then magic, she can miniaturize her mechanical process and build clockwork spring gear and torsion cable limbs for armor leg. It is not self-powered currently, so it is not completely a replacement limb like the spells. But when, wound up, it could perform limited or pre-rate set range of motions. And, there have been some semi-articulate, like, historical prosthetics before that could, like, you might be able to do simple motions like open, close hand, that kind of thing. So, would go in there and probably could eventually, if compared with a power source, turn into, just complete steampunk prosthetics. And then the only other one, I think, yes, for a 3 points is the mass production of the extinguisher.
Okay.
And there's all the text blocks. So I'm not reading them out in full, but they're on screen if you're watching the video. You can pause here and read some of them. So you got self-propelled cart, which you've already got one in, underwater apparatus. If you complete the underwater apparatus, that can go into the wingsuit. You have the giant crossbow and the triple-barreled cannon, which will further her ballistic works if you complete both of those. The hydraulic press is also a hydraulic press, but that becomes the thermometer and eventually becomes, the water-powered crane or bridge kind of a thing. And then brand new stuff, in addition to the wingsuit, you have the mechanized limb, and you have the extinguisher, mass production.
I'm nodding.
So you guys can decide how you want to move your points later, because we're going to have some downtime, but then we want to recap what you got going.
Okay.
Alrighty, okay. In that case, I'm going to start closing up some notes. So's EXPs for everybody, and we'll make sure to have to fire a shot to Loth when he wakes back up. Everybody's here. Everybody was in character for their bits. And Loth can fight me if he was, he sufficiently roleplayed later. We'll call it 2 for now.
I think everyone did an outside thing.
Don't think anybody completed a mission?
I did not know.
I don't have one right now.
I should probably figure that out after that discussion.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna do. I guess I'll do the Pitchfoot Plains thing. I guess just to be like, fuck it, do that.
That's a good goal. Like that's something you're not immediately going to jump to, but is a concrete. Yeah, you can unearth the pitch stone plains. God, we're also tongue tied tonight. Damn. I'm gonna say Lucky, Axe, and I will say Aren for creating the session goals. That was all out of character stuff. You get an extra point.
Yay.
I got 4 points. Also, I'm like sitting on like 6 language XP, but it's like I don't think I can make any of these things I have mastered in language because it feels weird, I guess.
Well, just keep building it up. I also have 6.
I'll try and find some more languages for you to discover.
Well, it's more of
I gotta learn more fucking alchemical cipher, really. I only got 1 point in that, but...
All right, okay. That's everything I had. Thanks, everybody, for showing up. Ooh, 420. Just Blaze.
Blaze it.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe.
Bye.
That's it.